Okay, we're going to call to order the Town of Telluride Town Council meeting, Tuesday, December 12th, 2023. It is 10 a.m. on the button. Going to my right, we will start with our roll call.
Eva Shawnette.
Ellen Levin.
Dan Enright.
Ashley Von Sparken.
Me and P.
Teddy Erico.
Jesse Irigoyen.
Perfect. Item number 1 is work sessions. And 1A is discussion regarding the Telluride Municipal Code 7-2-20 noise. And we have Ron Quarles here to go over this work session.
Thank you, Mayor. So before I go talk about construction noise, I thought it'd be good to provide you some background regarding construction noise and how it fits into our municipal code as a public nuisance. Chapter 7 includes a lot of issues, including clean air, care and keeping of animals, refuse removal, plastic materials bans, but also public nuisance. A nuisance is defined as anything of such nature and duration as to substantially annoy, injure, or endanger any person in respect to that person's health, tranquility, or safety, render unreasonably dangerous any person's life or use of property in any manner whatsoever, or substantially interfere or obstruct with public right-of-way or streets. This section also includes enforcement provisions that provide guidance for code enforcement on dealing with public nuisances. So public nuisance is considered one of the public nuisances that's identified in the land use code is unnecessary noise. Unnecessary noise includes anything which unreasonably annoys, disturbs, or injures another person of ordinary sensitivity, or which endangers another person's comfort, repose, health, peace, or safety. Any unnecessary noise which occurs during 3 days or more is considered a public nuisance, and that's coming straight out of our Telluride Municipal Code. There's a list of what the code identifies as unnecessary noise, and that includes horns, signaling devices, amplified sound, loudspeakers, animals, vehicles. But in addition to those, construction work is considered an unnecessary noise as a public nuisance. Heavy equipment, loud construction, equipment or tools, and chainsaws if conducted after hours. So anything that's conducted that's identified under section B8, B9, B10, or B11 is considered a public nuisance if it's conducted after hours. The town has incorporated this section of the municipal code into the construction mitigation plan manual. This is something that the building community must adhere to when building permits are issued. Let me go over each of these items. Construction work, it's erection, excavation, demolition, alteration, moving, repair of buildings. It's considered a public nuisance or unnecessary noise if it's conducted between 6 p.m. and 7 a.m. On Monday through Friday, and on Saturday and Sunday, 6 p.m. to 9 a.m. Heavy equipment, chainsaws. Heavy equipment includes cranes, front end loaders, backhoes, track hoes, dump trucks, excavators, and other similar equipment. Monday through Friday, it's considered a public nuisance between 6 p.m. and 8 a.m. Saturday, 6 p.m. to 9 a.m. And then on Sunday, it's prohibited as a public nuisance. Loud construction equipment and tools. That includes pile drivers, compactors, ram sets, compressors, nail guns, power saws, pneumatic tools, jackhammers, palm nailers, and other similar equipment. Again, Monday through Friday, it's considered a public nuisance if it's between the hours of 6 p.m. to 9 a.m., Saturday, 6 p.m. to 10 a.m., and then Sunday, it's considered a public nuisance. Now, there are some exceptions for private homeowners. Private homeowners may perform construction between 7 a.m. and 6 p.m. Monday through Sunday. If a homeowner is working without a general contractor, cannot operate heavy equipment on Sundays, but may operate loud construction equipment and tools on Sundays. Chainsaws can be used on Sundays by homeowners, but not as a part of construction sites. So I included some charts that Dan alluded to earlier in the staff memo, just to point out all of the variations of times that we have to monitor. This makes it very difficult for the homeowners, for the builders, for the code enforcement staff to keep a handle on all of these different times based on connections or their use of heavy equipment or equipment and tools that are loud. As an example, some of the heavy equipment, some of the loud equipment are used on a construction site, but can't be used until an hour after the construction activity begins, which is a little bit kind of complex. So what we're trying to do is what we're recommending is that we standardize a uniform time for all construction activity and take away some of the complexity of trying to interpret all of these different activities. And as an example, we're considering a 6 p.m. to 8 a.m. on weekdays. This would be the times that these noises would be considered public nuisance. And then on Saturdays, 6 p.m. to 9 a.m. and Sundays, we would likely reflect some of the language that's already in the code to prohibit any of the construction noise on Sundays, with the exceptions of the private homeowners, if the town council thinks that's something that should be preserved. So with that, that concludes the presentation. We'd like to get your input and I think.
Yeah, thanks, Ron. I just thought I'd add a very short bit here in that I know that planning building staff with Tammy in the lead a couple weeks, maybe 3 weeks ago now, held a work session here in council chambers for contractors on a range of issues, but this was one of those items that Tammy and the team brought up, and I sat in with the group and we had I thought a really productive conversation back and forth with contractors. Generally those hours that Ron just had on the screen, more or less 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. during the week and 8 a.m. to 8 a.m. till 6 p.m. on Saturdays. Am I saying that right?
I think so.
9.
8 to 9 on
9.
Saturdays. Thank you. Seemed to be pretty acceptable to that group. Again, that was a small sample, but it was a good kind of kickoff to the dialogue. And again, this is coming in front of you really based on, I think, all parties involved across the community looking for a simplified set of rules, both for enforcement, both for contractors and neighbors. So just want to let you know that we've had some conversations with the contracting community in particular, but this is a great opportunity now to open it up a little broader spectrum and conversation.
Sounds good. Ron, great job at simplifying. It seems like a pretty good idea. Is any council members have any questions for Ron?
I think it makes sense to do this just because I think that when you have a lot of variances in rules, if you are a disgruntled party, you feel like something should be happening at a certain time and they have an exemption or whatever, it makes it very difficult to understand So clarifying, I think, will make it better for everyone, including people who might be disturbed by the noise, to know that like, this is the time, it's clear and cut. And so if it's before that, there's no exemption or any variances or anything like that. I think it's good.
Actually, are you saying no exemption for the homeowners doing work? on
No,
the
I'm
project?
talking
Okay.
about like the chainsaws or like starting things in an hour later, like it's just if it starts at this time and it ends at this time, and there's an exemption if you're a homeowner, then that makes it clear.
Any other questions for Ron?
I may note on the exception front that from time to time, exemption requests do come into the building planning department. Those roll up to me in the town manager's office, and I do have the authority to grant exceptions to those hours, whether it's a private project or a public town project. And again, we do that pretty rarely, as you might imagine, but if there, for example, is a extremely long and extensive concrete pour that really needs multiple hours throughout the course of the day, those would be things, again, public or private project, that we'll look at and provide those exemptions from time to time.
Do you notify the surrounding, stakeholders in that to let them know that that exemption's been made?
We do. Usually we, correct me if I'm wrong, Ron, but we'll put that on the shoulders of the contractor themselves, and they'll often go around, put notices on door fronts, vehicles, but maybe you can add to that, Ron.
Yeah, they try to inform anyone in proximity.
Happy to hear we reached out to construction industry. Definitely would love to continue to get input from that industry in particular. I know timelines can be tight and it's not always easy, and it's, none of us are directly involved in that industry. So it's nice to, I don't want to be overly burdensome, but also want to allow consistency, simplicity in our code, and find a middle ground here. So it seems like this is heading in that direction, in my opinion.
And we did notify the building community of this meeting, and also a link to this meeting so that they're aware. And I think we do have some representatives from the building community.
And once we're complete with the first round of questions from council, we will take public comment on it. Does anyone from council have any further questions for Ron? Is there anybody in the room for public comment on this issue? Seeing nobody in the room. Tiffany, do we have anyone on Zoom that has raised their hand?
I don't see anyone with their hands raised. To raise your hand, press *9. See none.
Okay, any last comments from council on this matter?
Like it makes sense.
That makes sense to me. Ron, again, great job. I think hopefully this will just be easier for everybody, and that's a great start for us.
We'll
Um,
come back to you.
Yeah, we'll come back to the next council meeting with a first reading of an ordinance. This does take two readings to modify this within our noise ordinance, but we'll look to do that in probably the first meeting of January.
And do we review that first reading, kind of the language and these times with some of our cooperative contractors, or we think we have enough feedback from them?
We'll reach out, but we also do public notice in the newspaper of any on second reading of the ordinance.
Okay, great. Thanks again. Moving right along, we will go to 1B. I see Kay Simonson is in the room, and come on up.
Mayor, I can tee this one up a little bit too. We're very appreciative to have Kay Simonson, Planning Director for San Miguel County here, as she was for our Planning and Zoning Commission. So thanks for coming to Rebecca Hall twice here, Kay. But we wanted to provide council really with the same informational update and kind of status on where the East End Master Plan is. Typically, we'll get these updates, and we are one of the many referral agencies of the county that have been asked to provide some comments back, which is pretty typical on any master plan at the county level or things along those lines. We have heard from our Planning and Zoning Commission. We've taken in internally kind of the technical comments from different departments that roll up through the planning department, through Ron Quarles, for eventual submission to the county. But those referral comments are usually, I shouldn't say usually, they're always technical in nature, if you will. And we really wanted to kind of hear council's questions and feedback and any thoughts related to East End Master Plan with Kay. And then we can make note of those in our eventual referral comments to the county here. But we, again, route those through the planning department and try to keep those pretty technical in nature, if you will.
Great. Thank you.
So, yeah, good morning. I'm glad you invited me here to speak. We're always glad to shed more light on this process, which has been going on for quite some time now. I am Kay Simonson, the County Planning Director. So under Colorado statute, the responsibility of preparing and adopting a master plan lies with the Planning Commission. The BOCC is informed throughout the process, but they don't adopt the plan. I actually did a survey of all the counties a number of years ago and found that that was very much the case in almost every county that had had a master plan. So that's something that's a little bit different for the town, compared to the towns. This is the Planning Commission's responsibility. A master plan is a formal planning and strategic document that helps guide policy decisions and sets priorities by reflecting the community's vision and goals. It is an advisory document. It's not regulatory, and it does not rezone or change the use of a property. It doesn't change our land use code in any way, unless we choose to go down that path in the future. However, consistency with the master plan is a consideration whenever reviewing land use applications. Few words about our 1989 plan. So it's coming up on 35 years old. It's a really old plan. It focused on development in a very limited area. And the remainder of the East End was categorized as rest of the county. So it got lumped in, with the West End. And it didn't interface much with the Telluride Regional Area Master Plan goals and actions. That 1989 plan is fully implemented and it is obsolete. Since 89, think of everything that's happened here. Lawson Hill, the Idorado mine remediation, the airport, large subdivisions like El Tesoro Ranch, Mountain Village Incorporated. The valley floor was condemned and ultimately went into a conservation easement. The West Meadows was developed at a fairly low density. So those are all things that the plan looked at in 89, and it's all done. So master plans should be updated every 7 to 10 years in order to be responsive to changing conditions. And also that prevents us from having to set what seems so drastic at this point. So we should probably be on our 3rd, 4th, 5th plan right now, or amendment, instead of doing our first one. We started this actually in 2019 when we were first preparing our DOLA grant, and we were going to kick it off in 2020. Well, you can't really do a good plan without having good community engagement, and it requires meeting in person. So it got delayed. Finally, in 2022, we got it back going again with working through selection of a consultant. We did Select Design Workshop, who you all are familiar with them having done your vision plan. We formed a citizen advisory group to provide input on engagement strategies and plan content. And our first community engagement began last November 2022. We had focus groups on 5 topics. In December 2022, we had pop-up events at 4 locations. Community survey in February of 2023 had over 1,000 responses. The community open house, 2 community open houses were held in March of 2023. And then when we had the draft plan, we held 2 more community open houses in October of 2023. And then also for the nearly, the last year and a half, the master plan has been an agenda item on every single planning commission meeting with various levels of discussion. And then we also have a website where we've put all the information for all of these engagement steps. So the materials that were made available, plus all the summaries of the results, are all on the website. The draft plans have been put on the website. And of course, all of our meetings are available by Zoom as well as in person. And the recordings of all those meetings are available on the county website as well. So anybody who wants to see that information, it's definitely available. So in the survey and then in the October open house, we asked people for their priorities. And in the survey, 43% said their biggest issue was affordability and cost of living, followed by 33% with access to health care. Housing opportunities came in at 29%, access to nature and outdoors also at 29%, and then environmental preservation at 22%. We did allow people to select multiple options on that one. That's why it doesn't add up to 100. And there were more options than those. Those are just the top 5. In the community open house last October, this past October, we asked them which themes in the plan. So there are 8 themes that I'll get into in a moment, which themes were most important to them. And the respondents said housing access, our balanced and sustained natural and built environment, and expanded transportation options. So this is our vision statement. And the Planning Commission is still working their way through, so this might get adjusted a little bit, but vision statements are written in an affirmative, forward-looking way. So they're a statement of what we want to be, and they're written, in positive language. We don't say will be, we say is. So Eastern San Miguel County is a forward-thinking, connected, and caring community. The community thoughtfully considers its history of stewardship and commitment to embracing new ideas, fostering connections, and leading by example. This spirit of innovation, combined with a respect for history, arts, wildlife, open spaces, and tradition, enriches the community's cultural fabric. The East End is dedicated to environmental protection, green energy opportunities, and climate change mitigation and adaptation. By utilizing technology, implementing effective policies, and collaborating regionally, Eastern San Miguel County can make a positive impact on its environment and serve as a model for others. We are committed to managing development while maintaining the natural and community character that makes our region so special. We are an outdoor recreation hub and seek to maintain recreational opportunities while preserving and protecting wildlife habitats and open spaces. We are proud of our home and remote Colorado lifestyle and are committed to being a welcoming, diverse, and equitable place now and into the future. So within the themes and goals, these reflect community feedback, as I mentioned. We gathered all the information that we got through the focus groups, the pop-up events, the open houses, the survey, and developed these 8 themes. Each one has a goal statement followed by actions. So we have housing access, climate change and resiliency, balanced and sustained natural and built environments, diverse and resilient economic opportunity, expanded transportation options, vibrant arts, culture, and historic preservation, connected, cooperative, welcoming, and equitable community. And these aren't in any particular order. They, being first or last, it doesn't mean that there's more or less of a priority. And then we have a matrix that goes along with all those themes and goals, and that has a number of actions. And those actions are classified in 4 ways. There's plan and study. So these are things that we know that we still need to look at. We don't have the answers. Policy, things that just in the course of our usual planning activities will be carrying out. Facilitate and coordinate, things that we need to work on, probably with other entities, be it the municipalities, nonprofits, other organizations. And then consider and explore things that are more conceptual, ideas that we want to think about. And then also under each of those actions, it identifies potential partners, level of expected investment, and that could be money or time. And then also the timing. Is it a high priority? Is it a lower priority? Is it something that's ongoing? And in the appendix, we actually have this all the themes and goals so that we can track as we go through and check off what we're doing. Some of the key actions, there's a number of items in there, especially under the plan study actions that require planning at a regional level. This plan only covers the unincorporated county. And there are some things that we need to be working with all 3 of the municipalities. So don't forget Ophir. And as you know, the county, and then other partners. For example, transportation is a matter of, we have to work with SMART and CDOT, in addition to all the jurisdictions. We've heard a lot from people about carrying capacity, and carrying capacity is a highly subjective term, because there isn't a magic number. You can do things mathematically and say, well, we've got this much land and it's zoned this, so we can build this much. Or we've got this much water, so we can serve this, but things change in terms of water service. Think of how, toilets used to use multiple gallons and now they use less than a gallon. So conservation measures can shift your available resources as you move forward. But, carrying capacity, you're looking at population, land use assumptions, water, wastewater, transportation, economic development, climate impacts, conservation measures. All of these things come together, and it needs a bigger community conversation than we are able to do within this plan. So it's not that we're ignoring carrying capacity, it's that we're saying we need to talk about it on another level. There's also infrastructure planning. There's water, wastewater, transportation, and other systems. We have multiple water providers within the region. We also have people that are on wells. Wastewater, we have the one main wastewater plant along with some package plants, and then a lot of septic systems, but those also rely on the main wastewater treatment plant. And as we know, there's some questions there. Transportation, it's CDOT controls the highway. So, having to figure out how to bring them in along with SMART as their own entity running transit. All these parties need to come together. And then also housing needs. We are in the process of getting a new housing needs assessment done. The 2018 plan assessment isn't that old, but obviously we feel we've had a few shifts over the last couple of years. So we are getting ready to do that, and that's bringing all the partners together on that. And then also housing strategies. How are we going? What are we as a community, meaning all the jurisdictions, going to do to try and address housing needs as identified? And as I mentioned, each of those actions identify potential partners, level of expected investment, and timing. It's all about time. It does take a lot of time to work our way through all of these various pieces. Future land use opportunities. This has really been where most of the controversy has been in the plan. So we have this map here that identifies, as you can see, 7 land use classifications, and these are big, broad classifications. So we have residential low, residential medium, the residential high mixed use, and then we have commercial, industrial, public, conservation, and parks and open space. And, as you can see, conservation, that light green is the biggest part. It's, the high country, it's the Forest Service areas, it's the larger 35-acre tracts. Commercial industrial, you can see, is pretty small. We don't have a lot of that. But the important thing to remember, especially on the residential side, is this considers the existing land use patterns and constraints as well as what might happen in the future. So it identifies where types and intensities of development are appropriate or inappropriate. It's important to remember that this future land use map does not rezone property. Rezoning occurs at the request of the property owner, and it's subject to going through the entire rezone process, which we call a 2-step process. It goes to the Planning Commission and the Board of County Commissioners, where they weigh various criteria, standards, information on that is provided about things like water, wastewater, traffic, environment, geohazards, geotechnical, all of that gets considered at the rezone application. And then there's at least 2 to 3 more steps after that, where the Planning Commission and Board of County Commissioners again consider it. So as I mentioned before, this doesn't change the land use code. We still have all of these things in the land use code, but it does identify possibilities. So the map is accompanied by the future land use categories table, and that describes the intent of the category, and it lists potential zone districts that may be used. And it also lists it lists zone districts that already fit in under that. So for example, you see on here where it says residential low, if it's already developed now, chances are really good that it's zoned low density residential in our land use under our land use code. So our next steps, the Planning Commission is reviewing the draft plan. They're going through it in pieces and providing direction for specific changes. We actually have subcommittees working on the various themes and just to kind of make it so, they can have, bite off and, not bite off too much. If can you imagine all 7 members trying to go through every single item? So we have 2 commission members with staff, working with staff, and then we'll bring back recommendations for the full Planning Commission to consider. Our next meeting is on Thursday, and we have some other items on that agenda, so I don't know how lengthy the discussion will be. But we just continue to work, and we continue to provide opportunities for public input. We did just have our first review agency and stakeholder review under state statute. We have to allow at least 21 days. And we send that out to federal, state, and local agencies. Plus it's our practice. This has been our practice for a long time, to include nonprofits, because they do so much. We rely on them to fulfill and implement a lot of things that the community does. And then we also send it to HOAs as representatives of the majority of the property owners. We don't know when the final draft will be ready. Hopefully in the spring. There will be a second review agency and stakeholder review once we have the final draft ready. And then finally, there'll be Planning Commission hearings for adoption. And our Planning Commission meets the second Thursday of each month, and we may schedule special meetings. We don't have anything specifically on the plan right now, excuse me. We do have a joint planning commission BOCC meeting to discuss the community housing zone, which is one of the potential zone districts listed under a couple of some of the future land use classifications. But the plan is not about the community housing zone district. That is a separate question. So we'll be January 24th if you're interested, tune in on that one. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Great. Kay, thank you so much for that presentation. Are there any council members that have any questions for Kay?
No questions, but comments whenever we're ready.
Yeah, we're ready for comments. That there are no questions.
Okay, yeah, I'm happy to start off. Yeah, first of all, thank you, Kay, and thank you to the county planning commission members that are in the audience and all the other members for the hard work. It's been a long process. I know myself and several other council persons have been following along pretty closely. I think my general takeaway is I'm happy. I think this is a great starting point. This is an overdue document that has been, it is years behind where we should be, because for reference, 1989 was the year I was born. So it is, lots has changed in our region since then. And that was a smaller area that we're looking on this. I do want to highlight that I agree with the comments. These are regional issues that none of us are acting in a vacuum at this point. I think all of us on council know and agree that we're all interconnected, and I know that I consider Telluride bigger than just the physical boundaries of the town itself. Those invisible borders that define Telluride. I looked to our region, I looked over to Mountain Village and other areas in the East End as part of our community and as connected with us. So with that connection, there is benefits to all of us, but there's also responsibilities, and we have to continue to look how to collaborate to solve some of these issues facing ourselves. I don't think that we can accomplish our goals alone. I think that we need to be able to look to the county, look to the village on how to work together, how to address these issues, because otherwise nothing gets done. So I think that responsibility starts at home. I think we have to continue to look within our own borders to how do we address that. But I have not been presented with any evidence that makes me believe that the town of Telluride can fix our problems by ourselves. So we have to continue to have these conversations, have plans that incorporate our regional governments in order to make it happen. So that's my initial takeaway. Those are my initial gut reactions, keeping it very high level. I'll leave it there for now.
Great. And thank you very much. Any further comments for Kay?
I'd like to just make a couple of comments because I know that this, the county has made great strides in engaging the public. And I think that there has been a lot of public involvement in this process. So I commend you guys for that. And, I think that people are very passionate about it. I think that, the most interesting, change really with this land use code versus prior ones is probably the CH zone district, which right now is listed to be applicable to any density, which I would hope that the county would take into consideration when thinking about long-term planning. I know that, Kay, you mentioned that it is difficult to figure out kind of where that carrying capacity is, but I feel like we, from a town perspective, a lot of these questions are because, while there is an abundance of property that, has not been built on, whether it's in a conservation or part of public land that can't be or whatever, we do have limited resources within the town. And so I would say that as we go forward, we just need to be very aware that while, every action that we have is going to have multiple reactions. And so when we're looking at a future land use master plan, we're really saying this is our ultimate goal. And so when we're assessing that, it has to be that, all of the effects of uses are put into place. And I think that, the comments about balance and sustained natural and built environment are a huge part of that. And that there are, places where high density is not going to be appropriate for that. And that I would hope that, the looking at our future land use, we would take that into account and maybe, try and understand how, a high density development in some of these areas would be really, really effective into those places. So just from, like I said, from a town perspective, that's the only thing that, I look at and, just question about where I understand that the carrying capacity is kind of a moving target, but it seems like we haven't even tried to like put on rough edges on that. And that is a little concerning to me, I guess.
Okay.
Can I respond? Can I just ask, and this is my struggles when people really start talking about carrying capacity is it seems to only be brought up in regards to affordable housing.
No,
And I'm happy to hear you say that because there's obviously many things happening in our region. And in my experience, I only ever hear it in that context and not, for example, around the partnership in Watson Hill for that new development that the town just entered in with the Genesee Partners in order to get space for a new medical facility, but there's also going to be a large hotel as well as significant commercial real estate development. There's multiple hotel developments in our region, including here in our own borders. Some of these conversations never come up in regards to tourism, advertising funding, or expansion of short-term rentals. And so all of those to me have, I would argue, greater impact on that moving target of carrying capacity. And so to me, I just don't feel that same, I'm struggling with words, but I just don't, when it's only brought up when we're talking about community housing, then I just don't share that same concern.
sure. I want to just address that a little bit. So basically, the reason why it's coming up in this instance is because the nature of CH zoning is explicitly defined for affordable housing. There's no other zone district where you can change the density that dramatically, that where you can take something that's zoned as a low density area and then change that zoning to high density for commercial use or for hotels or for, free market housing. That's the concern, is that everything else has to live within the confines of this bubble. And then we've created a new zone district that now say, we're going to ignore that. I fully agree. And I think that everybody that lives in this community agrees, is that all of the things that you said, Dan, are 100% correct, is that we have to look at it in a holistic level. And that's why we have to take into account, how many hotels do we have? How many restaurants do we have? How many kids can we have in our schools? What are the limits of our water sewer treatment plant? What are the limits of the water that we can actually extract to supply to our people? I'm not saying that those things are exempt from this problem. I'm saying that we have created a very specific circumstance with the CH zoning that is going to affect those things in a way that the other zone districts and the other uses are not allowed to. That's all.
And I would perhaps share more of your concerns if it wasn't a property owner directed process. That the vast majority of those areas highlighted in the potential land use map are privately owned, and that process has to begin and be directed by those property owners. And so I don't see much potential. I think we've both heard the feedback from many of those property owners that that's not the desire for their neighborhoods. And when it's not within the purview of the county or the town to come in and say, this is what we're doing to your neighborhood, to me, I don't concern, I don't share that concern.
Okay.
Any other comments from council?
Yeah, I mean, I think in this discussion, like, it's important to remember that we're comparing this plan to a plan that's 34 years old. And so to acknowledge that there's some areas of it that don't reflect our current needs is an understatement. So I don't think that we should move forward with this plan thinking too much about what things already are. I think we should think of this as an opportunity to really reevaluate how we use our land. And I think it was clear in the slide that you showed about the survey that housing and affordability are priorities. And I think we should make sure that we keep that at the top of the priority list when we reevaluate what this plan should look like. The vision statement calls out that we want to create an equitable place. And I feel like that involves community housing and making our land accessible to more than just the ultra wealthy or people who have had access because of other reasons. And so I think it's really important that moving forward, we're not too caught up in what the past has allowed and really think creatively about what we want to see for our area.
Thank you. Geneva?
I kind of want to echo some things that Dan and Elena have said. I think that I've been to many of these meetings. I've seen Dan there, I've seen many of us there. I think that it's been a really thorough process. Hearing from the public, we've gotten a lot of participation, sort of with reflection to what Dan and Ashley were discussing. I think it's important to remember that the affordable housing planned unit development section of the old plan allows an affordable housing PUD zone district upzone anywhere already in the old master plan for up to, 15 units per acre. Of course, a PUD is a more in-depth process than just a zone district, but I think in order to try and move more quickly and more efficiently and see real change and really encourage property owners to want to be willing to step up and put themselves on the line socially, financially, time-wise, to go through these processes that are oftentimes very contentious, very public, making a more streamlined path to get to a development for affordable housing is a good thing for the government to be doing, and something that the state of Colorado is encouraging us to do. I know that the community housing zone district is going to be discussed separately from this plan. I don't think that it should hamper the progress of this plan. I think that there's a lot of really great stuff in here, and something that no matter what, we're going to be, diving into the specifics of all of these projects moving forward. So, but those are my initial pieces of feedback, and I look forward to seeing how it keeps moving through the process.
Thank you, Geneva. Mian, you haven't heard from you yet? Do you have anything to add?
I think first of all, I want to thank everybody that's been working on this project for all of their hard work. It has been difficult and it has been contentious at times. And I think if anything, it just highlights our need to focus on this on a more regular basis. I did kind of love hearing that Dan was born the year that this was last written. And I think it's my only caution for all of us, as we go into the future, that some of us that have lived here for a really long time have seen our greatest priorities during these conversations change and shift radically, and on occasion cause the next crisis. And so my hope is that we are revisiting this on a regular basis, that these are living documents, that these are living conversations, that this is something that, as we guide this community to the future, we are constantly discussing who and what we want to be, and making sure that that accurately reflects who we are at the time and then who we want to be in the future. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mian. I've got a few comments to add. Kay, first and foremost, thank you for all your work and your entire team that you put together. I mean, it's a substantial document. It's a lot to decipher, that's for sure. but I'm very sympathetic to the fact that you created a document that is just a giant step up from 1989, and it's just going to look significantly different because you don't have that 7 to 10 year gradual step up as you can adjust and change. My biggest thought is I'm not sure in the document that our commercial and recreation needs are addressed. If we looked at, the CH zoning or a larger population in our immediate region, we already know with where we sit now that our balance for playing fields and getting a plumber to show up to your house and things of that nature are challenging at best. And, kind of thinking along the lines of the town of Telluride, a lot of the pressure with increased populations in the East End are going to affect us and traffic and congestion. That's just the reality. But I love the fact that we're now talking about solving problems regionally and with the three governments and, other key stakeholders in there. That's the only way that it's going to get done. I'd also like to say, it's tough for people to not look at either side of kind of the extreme, which is, well, if we developed every piece that you said, how many thousands of people are going to be in this community versus doing nothing at all? And there has to be kind of a little bit of a middle ground there. And then my last point is, with some of the uproar, I certainly understand it. Just because if people think that the infancy stages of some zoning changes that they weren't used to when they bought or lived in their property, it's to be expected. Not saying we can't mitigate it and come up with the creative solutions, because we do need, housing and those ancillary things. That's just, if we're going to survive as a destination resort community, we have to have these plans, because it's just not going to work as it does now. I'll try not to ramble too much. So thank you. Again, appreciate your time. With kind of the comments going back and forth, are there any council members that would like to add anything, even though everyone has chimed in? Well, our other council member is off of Zoom currently. Her daughter has a band performance, so good for her for that priority, in my opinion. And seeing no other comments from council,
I just wanted to ask, Kay, did you have any other questions for us or any other comments before we let you go?
No, thank you for allowing me to speak today. A lot of the issues and concerns that are raised, I think we've been addressing. Stay tuned and continue to be engaged. We know that we have a lot more to work on together. But it's a good starting place.
Thank you.
thank you so much. And it's a great starting place. And again, I think the community in support and hopefully constructive criticism, we always know some outline criticism happens, has to realize that to go from 1989 to 2023 is borderline ridiculous, but that's the tasks that we're faced with. Seeing no further other comments from council or Kay, we'll move on in our agenda. We have item 1C, and this is a discussion regarding town boards and commissions with terms, eligibility, composition, and we have Tiffany Kavanaugh to lead us through this discussion.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. So for some of you, this is a repeat work session. This work session was originally brought to town council on September 7th. Since that meeting, we did receive direction at the September 7th meeting to return with first reading of an ordinance with some amendments. But since then, a few things have happened. One, we had an election with 3 new members on council, so I didn't feel like it was appropriate to bring back a first reading of an ordinance with 3 new members. I want to get a feel to make sure that everyone is still on the same page and get direction before we bring that back. And then also, since the September 7th meeting, it was determined that a review and recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Commission was required before town council can take action. So that has also happened since the September 7th meeting. So I thought I would just go over the memo, the details in the memo, and then I do have a few slides at the very end where I'll be asking for direction from council on the specific amendments for the first reading. So as the town develops our JEDI action plan, we're trying to look at ways where we can expand eligibility for our boards and commissions, trying to make a more diverse group that sits on our commissions. And so staff has been trying to think of ways that we could do that. Each board or commission has different eligibility requirements. They have different composition requirements. And so we kind of looked at them all as a whole and tried to figure out methods to expand that eligibility. For a little background, boards and commissions live in basically 3 main documents for the town: the Home Rule Charter, our Telluride Municipal Code, and our Land Use Code. So those that are in our Home Rule Charter can only be amended by the town electorate, and HARC, P&Z, the Board of Adjustment and Appeals, and the Election Commission is also in our charter, require that all of the members that sit on those boards and commissions are registered electors of the town of Telluride. All the other boards and commissions for the town are either in the municipal code or the land use code, which can be amended by town council with 2 readings of an ordinance. So we're not going to address the registered elector piece for HARC and P&Z or the Election Commission or BOAA, but the eligibility requirements for HARC and P&Z are in the land use code. So you can look at those and amend the land use code. So P&Z was asked for a review and recommendation on just the land use code amendments for HARC and P&Z. They did not weigh in on the proposed amendments to the municipal code. And then HARC is no longer required to weigh in on those amendments, because you may recall earlier this year, there were some amendments to the land use code that reduced the amount of applications or considerations that HARC is required to consider to try to lighten their load. And that was one of them, where now they don't have to do a review and recommendation for this specific land use code amendment. But included in the packet were some comments from some HARC members. So they did weigh in, just not in an official capacity. So the first thing to consider, I'm going to skip from term limits because that might take a little bit longer discussion, is the composition and eligibility requirements. So as I explained, each board or commission is different as far as the composition of each board or commission, the eligibility. It can get a little confusing. Council members vote on some commissions and don't vote on others. So we're just trying to streamline how we can make it a little bit easier and expand that eligibility. Most commissions do allow for usually 2 county residents to participate on those boards and commissions, except for the Ethics Commission, which the Ethics Commission does require that everyone be a qualified elector. So that red line was not attached to the staff memo, but that is up for discussion today as well, if you'd like to just change that to a residency requirement. So I gave an example of how it can be really complicated. Even for our boards and commissions clerk who has been doing this for many years, it can be confusing for staff trying to figure out, well, what vacancy do we advertise? Because the structure is really complicated. So we have some council members, we have some designated seats on boards and commissions. For example, a Health and Human Services representative. We have on open space, a county crossover member. So basically in that case, our code is telling the county that you basically have to appoint someone to our open space commission. Well, that seat has sat vacant for about 6 months. So we're trying to reduce the number of members on the commissions by, the recommendation is to remove town council as voting members, to remove those designated seats on those commissions, such as the open space crossover member, the Telluride Arts Executive Director is called out to serve on the Public Art Commission. There have been other art organizations that may be interested to serve. And so changing those positions into public at large to try to expand that. The qualified elector piece too limits the members to qualified electors of the town of Telluride. So the suggestion here is, instead of requiring that these board and commission members are qualified electors, that we amend that so that it's just a town residency requirement. So you live in the town of Telluride, and perhaps you lived in the R1 school district for 6 months before applying. We have had applicants in the past that are super eager and apply for a commission, and then they had just moved from Mountain Village, for example, and have only been in town for a month, and staff has to say, well, unfortunately, you're not eligible yet. Please reapply in 6 months. Well, typically they don't reapply, or there's not a vacancy at that time on the commission that they wanted to apply on or were interested in. So for the composition eligibility, you're asked to consider town council's role, those designated seats, and then removing the requirement that the town appointees are qualified electors, because there are a lot of people in this community that are not eligible to be a qualified elector, but have lived in the community and been a participating member for many years, but because they are not a permanent resident, they cannot vote in the town of Telluride or register to vote. So that's the first piece, is just trying to look at the composition and eligibility of our commissions.
And Tiffany, is it helpful for you if we kind of break this up into segments and discuss it individually, or would you prefer we discuss it all after the end of your presentation?
It's whatever you prefer. It's a lot, and I know I'm going kind of fast, but I'll pull up just some slides on what I was hoping to get direction on. This is the simplify and add consistency. So it's up to you, however you want to proceed. We can take it one by one. I think term limits will leave last, because I think that will garner the most discussion.
Okay. I'd like to kind of break it down a little bit, because then we can just focus on certain topics and then move on. I think that will be a more efficient way. And I'm also okay with taking public comment on the specific items only. I don't want to jumble this at all. So I think, do you have a specific order that you'd like to go in that you think is best?
Sure, we'll just go in the order that the slides are, if that's okay. So the
Great.
first item would be whether or not you agree on removing the designated seats on these boards and commissions, since they're a little bit harder to fill, and turning those basically into public at large positions.
I'm all in favor of it. If anyone has any concerns about that, I think it's a great time to mention that. I think that anything that increases the eligibility, that gives us more applicants to choose from, is just it'd be a wonderful thing, and will create healthier commissions across the board. Yeah, my Parks and Rec experience was, it was pulling teeth to get anybody to do it. So, are there any specific comments on that, or just we're all good with it and move on?
That's great.
Is there anyone in the room who wants to talk about that specific thing? No. Great. Doesn't look like anybody on Zoom.
The next is removing town council members as voting members on the boards and commissions.
Great. I don't know if this is a topic people wanted to discuss individually. I'll start in case there is a discussion in detail on this. I think I've been thinking about this one back and forth. I think it's great that a council member be there, whether in the room or on Zoom, because they're the bridge in between the commissions and council that will streamline time and give direction to the commissions, but kind of leave the discussions and the voting to what I think are the experts in the room that spend all the time on it, which is the commission members that we appoint. And so I'm personally okay with being consistent and removing the council members as voting members. I'm just one person, so I'll open it up to any other council members' feedback.
Go ahead, please.
I'm supportive of removing council members as voting members. I guess, have more of a question than a comment. As when you go from a member to being a liaison, what are the limitations in your participation in the meeting? Because that was like something where I wasn't sure, like, are you allowed to give feedback? Are you allowed to ask questions in those meetings, or do you need to remain?
The
Um,
liaison really should just be sitting and listening, and then only answering questions if the commission really asks for feedback, not proactively giving feedback to the commission. It's more observing and then reporting back to town council.
Okay.
But that's gonna be sort of a new for some boards and commissions if we do this, correct? Like
Correct. Yep. Like
formally
on,
in case, I mean, I've never sat on a,
Mhm.
none of my boards and commissions are non-voting members, so I don't know the dynamics of that, like case, for example, or open space. In the past, that has been a large part of it, right? So we would be changing that.
and when you think about those boards, like Case, for example, there has been a council member that's been a voting member, but any of their action, like the grant approval process, comes up to the full council for approval anyway. You'll see that in January. So it is a bit odd that there would be a council member doing the initial vote and then it goes back to the full council for a final approval. So it will be a training for those commissions, like Open Space is used to having the council member be very active and make motions and vote. So
I just have a question for like perspective on this. It's why were council people put on these boards in voting roles? Like Case, the example that you just gave, when those, it comes back to us to approve, grant budgets and stuff like that. What was the, like, do we know why we started joining these boards? Was it because there wasn't enough participation? And so they felt like adding a council person would give a guaranteed seat would be filled? Like, I'm just trying to understand why we have done this historically to now why we want to take it back. I just want to understand that.
yeah, staff tried to understand that as well. And I pulled old packets and couldn't find any information on why. I mean, we have our assumptions, but we're not sure if that's accurate. We don't know the timing of it. Open Space, for example, if it was when we got the Valley Floor, if that's when a council member was added, but I could not find anything in old council packets to support
Okay.
why that decision was made, unfortunately.
Dan?
I do have some mixed feelings on this one. I can certainly see some of the points being brought up, but I also see where to your comment, Teddy, I would call us experts of a sort on many of these issues, especially if you have been on some of these boards for a while and really paying close attention and are really tied in on that. And there is, I would say, maybe a little more, I certainly really want to increase our diversity on some of these boards, but we're a little starved for choice at times. This is why we're here. So we're, again, this is me thinking out loud. So don't take anything I say here as totally hard.
No
and
worries.
fast. But I also think that all of us here received the confidence of the voters and received some support on that regard. And having our voices in these conversations does have value, in my opinion. And it's certainly much harder to get at this seat than it is to be appointed to one of these boards and commissions. And so having our voice as a representative of the people, I think does have some value there. So that's just me saying, I guess I'm not so sure that I'm ready to go this far. I think I like having our voices included more in these conversations, especially if we transition to liaison and I act as liaison on planning and zoning. And there's times where I definitely wish I could speak up more, but I recognize that I'm there to act as a representative of the seven of us, not as my own voice in that circumstance. But then there's other boards I serve on as a voting member that I've followed whatever issues in front of us closely for months and heard all the discussions and seen the presentations and packets of data around it. And I think that that has value as well. So it's, I will go with the majority on this one, but I think I would, as a loan, I would keep it the way it is personally.
Okay. I want to add one thing, and I don't think I was clear or nice enough in stating the expert's comment. My only point, the point I was trying to make, and maybe I failed, was, that I think that council just has, I don't want to say more important. That's not fair to the commissions, but I trust in my council to make, spend their time on a lot of the bigger topics that are coming down the pike for us. And I value the time that each and every one of you spends. And I just want to try to be efficient to work forward to maximizing, the brain power that we all have. Tiffany, I have one question for you, kind of as you laid that out, which is, can the liaison position do a little more than what you stated? Basically, you had stated that unless the chairperson or a commission member reaches out to them, they generally stay quiet. If the council liaisons were allowed to chime in, if they thought that the discussion was going, in a direction that maybe council wouldn't see fit or agree with, and that will help maximize the commission's time as well. And we as liaisons, we could jump in at that point instead of just being, sit there until you're called upon.
Yeah, I think you have to be careful to make sure you're speaking for all of council and not as one council member, but that's a fine balance. But yes, absolutely. I think that would be appropriate.
Okay. Ashley?
I was just curious, Scott, if you had any opinion about if our structure is a typical structure, or if other town councils do something different.
Yeah, great question. And can only speak from my experience, but have been with a couple different towns and counties over 20 years or so. And this is pretty unique setup in Colorado municipality. Again, just from my own experience, certainly the voting element of it. And I think I'm kind of seeing the thumbs up around maybe doing away with the voting element of this, that to get if you will, a crack at it twice is pretty unique and not always looked on maybe positively by some commission members, I suppose. I think we've gotten a little bit of that feedback. The liaison, we do see that from time to time, again, just kind of being in the room, tuning in on Zoom, whatever it might be, to really be someone that can reflect this more the spirit of the conversation, more so than just reading minutes, if you will. So that also is a little bit unique, but I think has proven to be in this community pretty valuable. So, but certainly the voting element and the amount of involvement by council on commissions is quite unique in Colorado, I think.
Great, thanks. Janita?
Yeah, a couple comments. I think it is important to notice the difference, and maybe this is where some of the confusion has come from, but quasi judicial boards are a big difference from, Ecology Commission, Open Space Commission, Parks and Rec, which are more policy and budget driven, I would say, than like an application about property. So it totally makes sense for the liaison to kind of like only be a witness during P&Z and HARC. But I think that when it comes to policies, or like I said, budgets, or can we work in these proposals into our overall mission, goals, and objectives from the town council perspective, that it really is important to have the town council person's input, even though we have staff that can also sort of illustrate that. I wouldn't want people at, a council person who's assigned to Parks and Rec, for example, to be maintaining quiet, even though they knew, a plan would hit a dead end. And we ran into that a lot the last few years of, well, what should we even be spending time on this? What's going to happen at the next level? And with legislative stuff and policy stuff, I think that like the more communication, the better. But I can get on board with not having town council members vote. I think that makes sense. And then just sort of as a response to what Scott said about, how we are different and we like to be involved in everything as our council. I think that that's definitely true. And there's evidence of that all over the way that Telluride does things, compared to other places. But I will say that, going to some cast meetings and talking to other council people and managers, and I mentioned this at agenda setting, but I figured I'd say it in front of the whole council as well. People who hear that we are assigned onto lower boards and commissions are like, wow, that's a really good idea. We should do that, because oftentimes things are going along and none of us have been paying attention. And that is also not a good necessarily look, I think, for us who do care. I mean, we all care about these specific subcategories of development and things that policies that our community cares about, and that one of us should definitely be there and be a part of the conversation. So I would be generally in favor of moving these to non-voting members, but I think that if it's not a quasi judicial issue, that council people should feel free to participate in the conversation fully. At least that's my take on it.
But as a representative as the council as a whole,
Yeah.
I think that's where I draw some concern in regards to the liaison position. I mean, there's an inherent dichotomy between the power that you have as a council person sitting on a commission and being a regular commission member that's been appointed. And I just think it's a really fine line between whether you are, as a council person, weighing in with your opinion, starting to steer a commission versus providing the commission with the context and information that they can use to be making a more informed decision. And so I think we all just have to be really
Careful.
Mindful
For sure.
of that.
I totally agree. I think that, we actually all know each other fairly well. This new group, we're going to get to know each other more. And, you should never be presenting your opinion as if it's the whole opinion of council. And if you do, everybody's going to notice. Everybody can look at the past meeting minutes. And I think it's fairly, it's possible to say, I believe this, but I can't guarantee that the rest of council will feel this way. I feel like we've seen that happen multiple times. So, I mean, I guess that's like a social contract agreement that we're going to all have to make, that we are careful about those kinds of comments. But I'm not sure it's fair to put on staff to say, I think council will say this, or the budget would permit this, versus a council person sort of analyzing. But I totally see the point.
Ashton, I think your hand was up.
I was just gonna say, I think my question is because what I'm hearing is it's like, it feels like the council as a whole is not like, we need to be voting. It sounds like more that it's like, my question is, if in a liaison position, would it be appropriate, not in a meeting, but knowing the minutes, knowing who the chairs are of these commissions, to say, hey, just want to give you a heads up, this thing isn't going to work because of these issues, and we know this because of blah, blah, blah. Is that an appropriate relationship in a liaison where you can communicate with the chair and be like, hey, I'm just going to let you know as town council, this is in conflict, or there's not a budget for this, or whatever that is that something that would be appropriate versus like being in a meeting, like you're saying, the contract that we all have, that we're not going to utilize our position as a council person to project our opinions or our, desires, or whatever that is that could it be that the liaison is a liaison, but also kind of like, I just think about like on boards, you have like the emeritus position where it's like, they're not active in the board, but like they're there to help give direction and be support. Is that appropriate? Could we start looking at our liaison positions like that, rather than interjecting in a meeting or something like that, where it's like understanding, I don't know, like, is that a more appropriate
I think it's
direction?
I think it's appropriate to, if you're going to say something to a chair of a commission as the liaison, that you should be saying it in the meeting publicly when it's being recorded to everybody. I think that's, that to me feels more transparent than sort of saying to commission Chair XYZ, hey, I don't think you should be doing this because of blah, 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 blah. Like, I think it should be said to everybody so that they also get that full breadth of knowledge and understanding as well. Plus, then again, it's then for the regular public that may be listening to that meeting or attending that meeting, then they are also able to understand the reasoning behind those decisions.
I guess, but it's like, we're determining that that's not a liaison position though. That's to be making those comments publicly and projecting that potentially. I don't know. I'm just trying to,
But your
figure out
liaison, I mean, you are speaking as counsel, right? I mean, at all points. So that is appropriate. It's just not appropriate for me to be like, I really love this nonprofit and I think that they're amazing. Let's give them lots of money. And you're not speaking for like the council as a whole, or like saying like this project can definitely move forward without saying the council as a whole would stand behind this project moving forward. Does that make sense?
yeah, I just feel like we're trying to I feel like in this discussion, we're trying to figure out how to have our cake and eat it too, kind of like.
It's tough because one of my goals would be definitely to increase the correspondence between chairs and the council liaison. But Mia's point's extremely fair that you don't want to all of a sudden start, thinking you're discussing things in secret that start to
Sure.
steer the commissions into a certain decision or not. So it's a little bit of a catch-22. Elena?
Well, so I'm wondering if, as we're kind of discussing what the role of this liaison is, if in the agenda, like in the meeting agenda, before we, like entertain a motion, if there can maybe be like a bullet point to receive comment or comment might not be the right word, but feedback from the liaison on each agenda item so that there's like a formal opportunity for that liaison to weigh in on the agenda item without, necessarily changing the discussion that we're having, but keeping it kind of a separate thing, almost like public comment is. I don't know if that's allowed in meeting structures, but maybe that's a way to give them some voice at the meeting without having them enter into the discussion portion of the meetings.
I mean, the commission members can always ask the liaison for their feedback. I mean, you're not supposed to be sitting there mute, but if it's, and I think it's very specific to like agenda item to agenda item, like some things, yeah, as a liaison, there's no reason for you to weigh in on it. It has, whether or not you're spending money on, I don't know, softball nets,
Right.
isn't really a council decision whatsoever. But if it's, should we, as we start our master plan, decide to redevelop this particular area as rec space versus, gathering space, then like, how do you feel like council would perceive that? I mean, I think it's going to be like case by case, but I think like the chair can always say, where do you feel like council would stand on this? A commission member can always say, where do you feel like the council would stand on this? If this is something that the council wants to weigh in on. I don't think it has to be so formalized. I just think that's part of the training process for a commission and a commission chair.
And
Personally.
I want the chair to be able to say, look at the agenda and say, ooh, that's going to be a topic that I think council's going to want to weigh in on, and reach out to the liaison and say, hey, can you keep an eye on item 3? Because I think that's going to be important for us, and prepare the liaison to be, prepared for that topic specifically. And then there's lots of things, you're just there to listen to. And
Right.
well,
I guess it still like leaves it up to the discretion of the people sitting on the board, which maybe is fine. But if maybe council has something to contribute to an issue, but someone on the board doesn't think to ask them to weigh in, you know what I mean? Like, which I guess we can decide if that's okay, if it should be the discretion of the chair or someone on the board. But in that process, it's like we still are relying on the person sitting on the board to ask the council person instead of like, trusting the council person to bring something up when they find it relevant. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, I do. I really do. I agree in that. I think the chairs of all our boards and commissions really, we can have conversations with them and stress that your liaison is not necessarily just your general member of the public that you're gonna use discretion, well, we may not take any input or comment today from our council liaison. No, I think, there's an importance to you sitting in that role. And if one of you in your liaison role have something to express on any given agenda item, I think we want to stress to the chair that it really is incumbent on them to draw that feedback from you. Obviously, raise your hand, get involved, but the seven of you are even more in tune and your ears to the ground, even more so with the general public, I think, than most commission members on any given board, probably. And you are subject matter experts on maybe a broader range of issues in municipal government than a lot of our folks on commissions can be. So I think it's we're kind of saying the same thing here to a large degree, but I think it's really valuable for you to express issues that you're hearing from the community in some of these commission members or commission meetings. Raise a red flag when you know something might be going in a direction that just doesn't fit, for example, within adopted council budgets, things along those lines, or what you're hearing loudly from the community that may be around a particular issue that the rest of the commission might not be. I mean, I think again, you are the face and ears and eyes of the community in many ways. And so I think your input's valuable, and then your ability to distill the most important elements of that meeting when you come back to council and say, hey, it was a 3-hour meeting, but here's the salient 3 points that we really need to pay attention to that Open Space Commission or Parks and Rec might have been talking about. But I don't know that we need to formalize on the agenda, here's where the liaison provides input. I think that is a conversational with the chairs of saying, listen, you're a little bit of a new role, but let's make sure we're tapping into the knowledge base of your liaison throughout the course of the conversation to help, to some degree, keep it on track with what the public's relaying to you.
And then Dan, I know you had your hand up.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like we're all at a pretty similar spot. I think the challenge is trying to allow for independence and empowerment of our lower boards and commissions while still ensuring alignment with our values and our goals and objectives. And we have had some challenges in certain circumstances in the past with some of that, of just different prioritization and seeing boards or commissions at times that make a decision that would be made differently if it was up to the 7 members of town council. And so trying to walk that line, because it is a delicate line, and I think it is very important to continue to get honest feedback and direction from our lower boards and commissions, while still contextualizing it that we have strong values, strong goals and objectives that we need to accomplish here. And if they don't, and so I think that's where I'm falling, that we should certainly at least keep liaisons on quasi judicial committees, because I think that helps provide some of that value input when it's appropriate and helps provide guardrails, I would say, while still allowing freedom within the process for our quasi judicial boards and commissions. And I think, again, I think I'm still down for allowing voting members on certain boards, but that's the one I'm flexible on. So for me, to recap, yes, remove designated seats. Yes, keep liaisons for quasi judicial boards and commissions, and no, keep voting members for council is my input currently.
Okay. Speaking along, Dan's comments, Tiffany's, is it helpful to take a straw poll of what we each feel?
Yes, please.
And we can go around the room, and since Dan went first, we'll go to Ashley just to chime in on 1, 2, and 3, quickly and concisely, please.
Yeah, I would agree with all 3.
Same.
Megan?
Yep. Yes, all.
With me, or just,
Yes to 1, 2, and 3.
okay, thank you. I just wasn't sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Same.
I agree. Yes to 1, 2, and 3.
Yes, same.
Great.
I think you have some feedback. I don't know. I know there's some commission members in the room. If they have anything to say on those three topics, I'd rather just be done with those three and move on. I don't know if anyone has. And so if you want to step up and say something on those three items, please do. Seeing that,
Mark Sandbaum, up here. I really wasn't prepared, but just listening to this, I can speak personally, I don't know how the whole board would feel, that if the board took a question from the liaison, maybe that's not crossing the line. You know, why didn't we think of that? It was a question, just like, but not giving direction at that. Maybe that, I don't want to delay this, but
no.
Maybe that's something, I don't know what the harm would be in that, saying, oh, could I ask a question? And because we go fast, as most of you know, we're done by 7:30, not 11:30 recent times. And so I don't know if we're gonna win this big dialogue, and we don't discuss anything budget wise that we would influence council, but maybe a question, you can talk about it or think about it. I think I would personally be okay with questions.
great. Thank you, Mark. And I think it's going to be almost personal preference from liaisons with the direction that we ultimately come up with, and they each will be a little bit different. It's just, and I think that's okay. I mean, I think we're making great strides to simplify this and make it easier for everybody. I really do. Go ahead, Kevin.
Just an observation that there was the comment about even a question might be appropriate. We've had challenges in the past where council members, when they've been brought to a role either on an appeal or a call up, there have been questions from those who were involved in that next level of review as to opinions that they may have formed earlier. And even just a question could be used as a basis for some sort of predetermined notion or bias on the issue. That's why on the quasi judicial aspects, we're very careful that the liaison really should be just that listening role and reporting back, because even just the slightest comment, an innocuous question that you think is innocent could be used in another form to actually question whether that individual could be impartial.
Okay.
So there's a lot of caution on the quasi judicial, and I think you all are aware of that.
Yep. Okay. That's good for us to know. Any other public comment? Seeing none, we'll move over to the next slide.
Okay, thank you. So as I mentioned before, most of our commissions require that the town appointees are qualified electors of the town. The commissions, again, that you are not permitted to amend this requirement are HARC, P&Z, the Election Commission, and the Board of Adjustment and Appeals, because that's in our charter. So we're just talking about the boards or commissions that are mainly listed in the staff memo, which, by the way, you have 10. And earlier Ashley asked if it was, common for these liaison roles. I think 10 boards or commissions is a lot for most municipalities. I think most have 2 or 3. So 10 already is quite a bit. So the elector status, so by removing the requirements that the town positions are qualified electors, it would allow a town resident who may not be a qualified elector, not a US citizen, not holding a permanent resident card, but has lived in our community for a very long time to serve on these boards and commissions. So the suggestion here is to amend the requirement from that those town appointees have to be a qualified elector to, you still have to live in the town of Telluride, but maybe you've just lived in the San Miguel County for 6 months or a year before applying. So that would open up the eligibility to more people in our community.
Is there anyone sitting at the table that is against amending this? I mean, I think more opportunities for people is fantastic. So I'd like to think we can move through this slide pretty quickly.
Okay. And then the Ethics Commission is one that I had not attached with red line. So I just want to make sure that for the Ethics Commission, you also agree that town residents with a specific amount of time that have lived in the area is also appropriate for the Ethics Commission.
You're saying you didn't redline it, but we can.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, good.
Okay, good. That's easy. Okay, so term limits. So back in 2021, the town council referred a charter amendment to the electorate. Back prior to 2021, the charter had a statement in it that there shall be no term limits for boards and commissions. Council has been discussing the term limits for quite a few years, and so in 2021, the amendment was referred to the electorate to remove that statement from our charter to allow council to start talking about imposing term limits. So that was adopted by the electorate in 2021. So our charter no longer has the statement that there shall be no term limits on boards and commissions. So when this was discussed with council in September, it was not unanimous that we should impose term limits on boards or commissions. So that's why I really want to have this discussion with the new council as well. Since then, this has gone to P&Z, and the Planning and Zoning Commission unanimously did not support imposing term limits. Some of the discussion that occurred and reasons given were there's a really steep learning curve for HARC and P&Z, that the historic knowledge is really important for those commissions, that those commissions are often really hard to fill and have vacancies. And then that when a member's term is up, they have to reapply and come before town council. And so it's always town council's decision whether or not you want to reappoint that person or not. It does get awkward because if that person has served for 15, 16 years, it's really hard to not reappoint them because they showed their dedication and service to the community. So it is one of those things that could be a little awkward for town council. Typically, the incumbents are reappointed. And so the discussion was, should we impose term limits? If they are imposed, then the previous council agreed that it should either be 4 terms or 5 terms or 8 or 10 years. So in the red line, I did include term limits of 8 years, but you do not have to go with that. For first reading, we can bring back whatever you decide on. But that is up for discussion today. We do have some commissions that are more popular than others. They are harder to fill. Do you think that by reducing the number of some of the members on the commissions, we may not have as many vacancies as we do because they'll be easier to fill? Instead of having an 8-member board, we'll go down to 7, and in some instances 7 down to 5. So just reducing the number will help with vacancies. But I did poll some of our neighboring communities just to see if they have term limits or not. And so Breckenridge, they do have term limits similar to town council, so 2 4-year terms. They did say that it's very difficult to find members and that they often have vacancies. Aspen and Crested Butte do not have term limits. Pueblo, they responded, so I'm including them. They did have term limits, but they repealed it a few years ago because they were struggling to fill positions. Cortez is considering it. And then Paonia, Little Paonia does have term limits 2 or 3 years. So just to give you an idea of what other municipalities are doing.
2 or 3 years is paying. That is.
I know, I was surprised.
Sorry, and which community was the one that repealed it?
Pueblo.
Pueblo.
Yeah.
And then Tiffany, do you think as part of this discussion, it's important to talk about the composition of the board numbers first? Because they might lead into, one may influence the other, or do you want to keep them independent?
So I don't have a slide on the numbers. My plan was to reduce those commissions with those voting members of town council. And then I met with each of the staff members for each of those commissions and kind of got an idea of where they think it would be appropriate to reduce those. So I was going to come back. The red line that's included in the packet is where that's what I plan on presenting for first reading. So I don't have a slide on that, but if you would like to discuss those red line, I can pull it up and we can absolutely discuss it.
I'd like to question council if they want to discuss the numbers on the boards now or wait. I don't have a strong opinion either way. So I'm good with either direction based on council feedback.
Because we're talking about reducing individual boards and commissions, not blanket, like everyone's now going to have 5. It'd be like, we're gonna reduce this one by 1, we're gonna
Right.
reduce this one by 2. We're not gonna reduce this one. That's the discussion.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's a
Yep.
longer discussion for sure.
I would trust staff to make those determinations personally.
I don't know if this is the right time to bring this up, but I did have a note about the composition of the boards. Should I wait to talk about this?
In size or,
Kind of with the town versus county residents.
I think it's fair.
Okay.
I think it's fair to ask that question. I mean,
So I noticed that on case, we're changing it so that 4 of the members are town residents and they're the regular members, and the 2 alternates can be town or county. But then in Parks and Rec and Open Space, any of the seats are available to county members, and I'm wondering why there's a difference. And like my opinion would be to keep it the same across those 3 boards.
No, I agree. I think that was probably just a red line that was missed. We definitely want to make it consistent across the boards and commissions because that has been very confusing, whether they're regular or alternate. Like if it's a 5-member board, allow 2, no matter where they are, to be county.
And Case. Case was the only one
Okay.
where I noticed that it specifically said the alternates could be county members. So, and that would be different than the way we currently have it. So I
Thank
think
you.
maintaining the consistency there.
yeah, and I agree, and I agree with me in that I trust staff to come up with a policy for us and how we can, make it more consistent. And that's a great goal for us, which then will lead us back into our conversation of term limits. And, and what we feel about having term limits for our boards. And just open it up for council comments first and then go from there.
Can I ask just one question? We can bifurcate this, right? This doesn't have to be a policy for all boards and commissions. Like we can separate some commissions where maybe there is a little bit more of an educational requirement from this and put them outside. So we can set term limits for 8 out of 10, but maybe leave 2 to be able to just be filled as we have in the past. Correct?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes. And one point that I forgot to make, it's in the memo, but I'll just say it on the radio too. There have been a few instances in the past year where we had new applicants apply for boards or commissions. And then when they saw the council agenda that they were going up against an incumbent, they withdrew their application because they didn't want to go up against that person. So just putting that out there as well.
I would also note, on the uniqueness of Telluride, I found it very unique in our community that we do have county residents on a number of boards, including in the past, correct me if I'm wrong, but making quasi judicial decision making. I think that's been an area we've discussed, bringing county residents in. That would be very rare across Colorado to allow non-residents to make, land use decisions, if you will. But also even around this Parks and Open Space case, non-town residents making financial decisions around how to use Telluride taxpayer dollars. That's quite a rare thing. Again, I think that probably stems back to our history as a small community and needing to get more folks that are interested and knowledgeable on our boards. But I think that's an area we certainly want to step very carefully in certainly allowing for growth in that area of non-town residents to make some of those financial decisions for our community.
Can I ask a question about just a follow-up to that then? I mean, it seems like if we're saying county, we could say R1 school district, because that's a little bit different, like funding, zone and stuff like that. So a lot of that, they are able to vote on taxes and stuff like that affect Telluride and the region in R1 school district versus a county-wide allowance that maybe would cover a little bit of what you're talking about. Do we have a specification, or do we feel like that type of specification would be maybe appropriate for this?
Well, and for, that is the suggestion for changing the qualified elector piece is a town resident and have lived in the R1 school district for amount of time. I will say, I don't think we've ever had anyone outside of the R1 school district that I can recall apply for a border commission that was a county seat.
Which would
We
make
just
sense.
haven't seen that, but we could specify that. I think it would be helpful.
And the power is for us to not appoint a member that if they're coming from a community, something that we don't necessarily consider our community. I mean, I think it's a rough thing for me to say, but the reality is if people have decisions or part of the decision process that is spending town of Telluride specific money, we definitely have to be sensitive to it.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Well, Enrico now is part of the R1 school district. So I think the conversation then is, we're not just talking school districts, right? It's not R1, R2. Now we're talking about people that maybe work in this community, but they don't even live in the county any longer. So to me, I think the question sort of that I would pose to staff and to council is, where is that fine line, right? Is it because Rico is not part of the county, but we also, those individuals maybe work in this community. So then what is the difference between somebody that lives in Rico and somebody that lives in Ridgeway or Montrose and them serving on these boards and commissions? And I think personally, right now that's a little bit of a slippery slope for us, and maybe keeping it within the county for now and revisiting this as we see the effects of these decisions and potentially expanding it or keeping it as is makes more sense to me.
And for that eligibility piece as well.
Well, that's a good point. And then, so I want to kind of get back on track and just, tackle the topic, whether it's straw poll going around council, I'll start with Dan.
Are we talking, what's our?
I want to go
straw
back
poll?
to term limits.
And can I pose one more thing
Sure.
too, then with term limits? Can we look at, obviously not enforcing them at all, putting them, creating term limits for all commissions and then bifurcating specific commissions that perhaps we do not want to have term limits on. So it's a little bit, I feel like it's a little messy, and I would probably just jump in and just say right now that I don't feel comfortable having planning and zoning and HARC having term limits at this time, but I do feel comfortable with all other boards and commissions having term limits.
I would echo Mian's assertion there and just say too that, our community is very small and we have an even smaller pool of people who are professionals in these areas. And, I don't want us to get into a situation where, by our term limits that we've run out of interested parties and that we're in a worse situation than we are today with these, specifically with these more professional, based. So I would just echo what Mian said is what I'm saying.
Dan, we'll go to you.
Yeah, and in the initial conversation around this back in September before the new council, I did also express some concerns around term limits in this circumstance, primarily due to the limited pool that we have. I do generally support term limits on larger things though. And Congress people, senators, yeah, let's definitely get term limits. It's a tough one. And it honestly pulls me in two directions on this one as well, because I do see the benefit of having new perspectives, allowing for opportunities for all community members to feel empowered to participate in that. I really do take the example that Tiffany brought up about people applying and then seeing who they're up against and then just withdrawing their name. That's hard because I think that there's value in having many voices in these conversations. And I certainly have felt that awkwardness sitting up here in the appointments of, this is a small town. I'm going to see these people. I like them personally, but I would maybe go with this other direction on this. And so some term limits could empower that. So I see Mian's as a potential compromise, but I also think that there's I would maybe want to do it consistently across all boards and commissions as well. So I don't know. I'm still waffling a little bit, I guess, on this one.
It's a tough one. You know, my thought is I'd like to step back from term limits to see if the eligibility requirements solve the same issue in terms of creating the number of applicants that then we get to choose. And it's ultimately up to us. There's a lot of positions that you run for in our community where you're running against other people. And although some people might be intimidated to run against somebody who's existing, you know, it's what we want to encourage, and we get to pick who that is. And if someone steps away from running because there's an incumbent, my first thought is, well, then maybe that person isn't perfect for this board, because that's what, you know, you're not there to necessarily stir the pot. You're there to say that I think I can be better. And my goal is that the eligibility requirements and opening those up, you know, kind of organically solves the term limit issue. So I'm against them across the board.
I think I hear you. I think that that's a really idealistic way of looking at this. I think that appointing people to boards and commissions is one of the most awkward and difficult things that we have to do when we don't all agree. And I have found myself in a position where I'm voting no to appoint someone that I think is a perfectly fine human being that I like, but that I don't think should be on a board for one reason or another. And whether or not people on council that I've discussed it with agree with me feel too awkward to remove someone from a board, or appoint a new person. And I think that it is intimidating, as a new board, member, or a hopeful new prospective board member, to go up against and put themselves out there and just know that because somebody's been on the board for 15 years, we're not going to remove them. I think that it takes away the awkwardness if everybody has to take one term off. We're talking 2 years off. And if it's staggered properly, I would be more inclined to look at lowering the size of a board that we're having a hard time filling all the positions of. And we have a very engaged population. I think that many of the HARC and P&Z members care deeply about these issues and would come and provide comment and give their input, whether they were on the board or not. So I don't think it's like we're losing that experience or those voices, just by having them sit out from being a voting member for a term. I may be on my own on this, but I think that term limits are good. And I think that the same argument for, the education and the learning curve and knowing what's going on, we could say the same for being on council. I've been on here for 6 years. I could say, well, I don't think I should have a term limit because I really know what's going on, and new people it's too hard to get up to speed. But I don't think that that's a good argument. I think that all of our government should be constantly rotating, and it's going to be the best way to get millennials and Gen Z members of our community involved if they know that there's an opportunity that's not going to be a popularity contest or a seniority contest. And I may be, like I said, maybe alone on this, but I think term limits are good, and that's my opinion.
Yeah, I also share mixed feelings about this, similar to Dan. I would actually, for the argument of the kind of professional and historical knowledge that you can bring to a board when you have been on it for a while, I think that applies to more than just P&Z and HARC. Just because I'm familiar with CASE, I would say the same thing about CASE. Like, having people who have been involved in that process for a long time really helps understand the process and helps, there's a lot that they bring to the table. At the same time, something that, we've talked about in our retreat specifically, is trying to diversify these boards, not just with age, but also like cultural makeup. And so I think by not imposing term limits, we're basically saying that we're fine with the status quo. And I have a problem with that too. So I'm torn on this. I'm like intrigued by Mian's suggestion of having different, different rules for different boards, but at the same time, I think consistency is important because I think saying that someone's knowledge about a nonprofit is less important than someone's knowledge about architecture is maybe not not validating, not equitable to all those knowledge bases. I'll finish up. So I mean, part of me thinks that term limits are going to leave us with a lot of empty seats, but we don't really know what that will look like until we do it. And I think the possibility of having new people on these boards, which is one of our JEDI goals, is intriguing and maybe worth exploring this. But I want to hear.
I think I just want to clarify, it has nothing to do with anything except for the fact that the professional certifications that are necessary for people to have the experience for HARC and P&Z are so much more significant. And that is such a larger barrier of entry to be able to sit on those commissions. And that's why for those individuals, or for those two commissions, I feel that bringing them apart, because truthfully, I'm all for term limits at all points for everyone. But for those two particular commissions in this particular sort of community, I think that that's why we need to kind of pull them aside. You know, I think I very much agree, like case and nonprofit work have, you know, their own significant set of circumstances and professional affiliations as well. However, we also have a significantly larger you know, we have over 100 nonprofits in this region alone. And so we have at least 100 potential applicants for that particular commission. Whereas with HARC and P&Z, we just have a lower population, and it's a meatier, more nuanced, very specific set of conversations. And that's the main reason I'm kind of pulling those two off of the general term limits. Otherwise, I mean, if we were in a city, I probably would be saying, let's do it with everybody. But because we're here, that's why I sort of set those aside.
No, I hear that. But I do think to some degree, the reasoning for keeping them out of exempt from term limits can apply to these other boards too. Because even in the nonprofit world, a lot of people who work for the nonprofits don't live in town. We only have 2 seats for county people. And just looking at probably I'm making some assumptions, but I would imagine that the affordability of in-town housing for an architect is maybe more feasible than for someone who works for a nonprofit. So that might skew that availability of participants as well. So there's just a lot of factors, but I think, I'm split on this one.
Ashley, after Ashley, I'm gonna request public comment.
Yeah, I'm gonna be brief too. I think that, you know, what Teddy mentioned and a lot of the desires to diversify, like Elena was bringing up, that's ultimately on us as a council to be have that be one of our goals and to be appointing people to boards based on that. And so, you know, we talked about this at the retreat, but to me, it's lowering the barriers so that people who, you know, that have interest, that maybe are qualified, that weren't able to get in, doing that for our community. And then, you know, us as council people being really conscious and aware when we are making decisions, you know, knowing that they are sometimes uncomfortable, but that we're making decisions based on the needs of that board and what we have our perceived needs of the community is really on us and on the people that are elected to the council. So my hope is that, you know, again, with Mian's comment about, you know, these specific, you know, levels of professional boards that require certifications and, you know, years of college and stuff like that. It is limiting. And so in the best interest of the public, I think it's important for us to take that into account, that we want the people that have the highest qualifications, the decisions, and it's on us to promote and encourage and provide diversity in these boards. That's on us.
Okay. I'd like to move this agenda item along a little bit and go to public comment. Is there anyone in the room that would like to step up and say anything for public comment? And just state your name and
Yeah.
where you live.
So I'm Claudia Garcia Porcio and I live at Sunnyside and I also sit on case. But speaking on the diversity part and what the town is doing for Jedi, as I'm helping y'all through that, I think it's really important to, when you think about term limits, in order to be equitable and diverse and just, there has to be term limits. And I understand there's other boards and commissions that you like that historical knowledge, but really try to think outside the box to allow community members to really step in. And so coming from a perspective of underrepresented, really thinking of it as like, if there are no term limits, there's power hoarding. And we may not think of that way when we're looking at other boards. And I love the knowledge that people bring in, but you're not giving people opportunity to come in and actually learn and thrive. I sit on case and it would be sad for me to step down, but I would want somebody else to step in and take my place to represent as well. But that's also allowing access for people to actually sit on there and learn. It takes time to learn and I get it, but if we don't give people opportunity, then what are we doing here? I think that's what equity looks like. And you can look at each board differently. I'm not saying equal, everyone should have term limits at this. Maybe really being mindful of like, what does it mean to sit on this board and what are those barriers? You know, that's what equity looks like. And if we change a term limit of years for Hearth, then do so. But I think term limits are really important. Therefore, there is no power hoarding. And that's a really real thing in this community. We want to get rid of that caste system and allow other new voices to come in. But that's also just coming from a hat of, if the town has a plan, we really need to open our mind of like what equity looks like. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Anybody else in the room for public comment?
Chambo Hard, it's still not what I came to talk about, but the moment's here. You know, in 8th grade, I wrote a paper about term limits, and I still believe in term limits, especially when you look at our federal government in some states. But it is about the pool. And so just a couple quick facts to remind everybody of, which some people have already acknowledged. One is it's not about learning curve with at least P&Z and purpose. United States, it was about baseline qualifications to understand what we're looking at from professional members, architects or others. And I believe in diversity because we certainly have by profession and by other measures, diversity on our board. But the last 4 years, 3 out of those 4 years, Park and P&Z had openings. So it's not like anybody was intimidated to qualify or to run against somebody. Secondly, the usual path is start as an alternate. And I also would think there's no intimidation to displace a current alternate necessarily. And 3, I was just talking to John, I can't say that it's more than 3 or 4 times, but at least 4 times I recall that we only had 3 people to vote because of recusals, absenteeism, whatever, and 3 or 4 votes. And I don't think we did the best job at making the right decision with 3 or 4 votes out of 7, which is why we're there. They have the diversity of opinion and professionalism and input. Also, are you going to talk about the totals on vacancies now later?
No, I included that in the staff memo.
Oh, okay.
Or, and the vacancies
Well,
are read every.
Okay, I
council
didn't
meeting.
go through the staff memo, but I know that you can take a snapshot anytime, and I'm pretty sure the snapshot this fall was 8 vacancies on 10 boards, and with term limits at least I think it was 10 years, if I was just counting, approximately there'd be 7 more, so now you have 15 empty seats on these boards. So my suggestion, hate to always be negative, but with that snapshot, it's the size of the pool, and even if it remains difficult to change the home or the home charter, I would encourage you to do that first. There are so many talented people that say live in Aldasaro or Boston or whatever. And if you make the criteria that only one would be chosen from that pool, as some other limitation on boards I heard you say were 2, and make it both work here and school here. Maybe you can make it stringent, but I hate to see there's a shortage. It's not gonna get better. My 9 years, I haven't seen it. And I think you gotta figure out this pool, even if it's putting it on the next election, I guess, for ARC and PZ. So thanks.
Mark, thank you so much. Is there anybody else in the room for public comment? Tiffany, do you see anyone on Zoom?
Do
And I forgot, I'll apologize. Is Jessie Ray back on? Did she? I don't think so. I'll one question I'll bring up. Because I do see the importance of, certain aspects of term limits, but as a longtime member of Parks and Rec, we had open seats and it was rare to have more than one person apply, even for open seats. If the direction was term limits and maybe not for P and Z and HARC, is it something we can revisit? I hate revisiting things and the perception of wasting time, but something 2 years down the road to say, okay, we've reduced the size of our boards, which I think we kind of like, and we've opened up eligibility and there's term limits and it didn't work and we have open seats and discuss it. I hate to say discuss it again, but maybe it's more fine tune everything that we're doing now. So in the future, if we do have those issues, we can do it.
We always can.
Yeah. I mean,
That's part of dynamic governance, I think.
Yeah.
I don't think we should be afraid to revisit things when we see how they work.
and I just want to bring that point up so we have that open mind to not just
And
set it and forget it.
I don't know that I feel like I need to, or I desire to reduce the size of boards if we're not doing term limits. To me, I feel like that's sort of a compromise to acknowledge the limitations of our pool for these boards and commissions, while still trying to inject some new participation in them is why I see the benefit of reducing the size of our boards. That's my take on it. But open to that discussion on it. So if we're not doing term limits, I don't feel like we need to personally. And looking to other reactions.
I tend to agree with you. I don't have a problem having seats available on our commissions. I think that's completely fine. I'd rather have empty seats than have people that shouldn't be sitting in them participating in the process. So I think, we certainly could lower the number, but I don't feel strongly about that. I would be more than happy as long as we've got a good number of people that are sitting on the commission. I don't mind if there are seats that are open.
You see, I have a problem with open seats because then the power is in a smaller number of people.
But it would be if you reduce the numbers. If the commission is 7, but there's only 5 seats filled versus the commission being 5, it's still 5. Yeah, it's the same number of people.
I would rather have the number of boards or number of seats reflect the needs of what that board has versus what, the historical number has been. Like if the feeling from staff is that this board should have 7 members on it, and that's what, it's designed for, and that's how it will function the best, then the fact that it's had 5 is unfortunate, but we shouldn't be reducing that just so that we don't have empty seats, is my opinion.
I'm going to pass this over to Scott really quick to see if he can give some, historical other towns and size of boards, because I'm not sure when we're talking about size of boards, what the point is.
Yeah, well, my sense is, again, Kevin or anyone jump in here, but when you have your quasi judicial boards, HARC and P and Z in particular, it is historically 7. That size, a little bit larger size, is typically allows for those really critical issues that have long-lasting implications at a quasi-judicial level to have that diversity of opinion among 7 that is maybe not as power-centric as it would be with 5. I think my sense is we at the staff level are not necessarily looking to bring the size of those 2 boards down. When you have an ecology commission, maybe an open space, for example, that are not making maybe significant financial decisions. They're more active in programs or areas of focus from a community standpoint. Those, my sense is, smaller numbers are just a little bit easier to get the group together, have staff work with in a direct manner. So that's kind of where I would draw that fuzzy line, if you will, between those boards that are just a little bit more advisory in nature and if you will. CASE is a little bit of a interesting one in that it's big. They deal with $700,000 worth of dollars in funding, but Eleanor?
I was gonna make a comment that I think a lot of these larger boards are also necessary because people do have to recuse themselves. Like with HARC, with PNZ, with CASE, we have a lot of recusals. Like Mark just said, we'll have votes where, only 4 people are voting out of 8 people. So, whereas something like, open space or public art, ecology, you're not gonna run into as many places where people are going to have to recuse themselves, so those numbers can stay robust across all issues.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's my sense from a size standpoint. I'm generally seeing some staff nods around those that staff those boards. But again, if you're not making significant policy or financial decisions, I don't think it's so critical to have a large board, if you will.
Okay. Janita?
I just wonder if a board of 7 making decisions about a certain topic is really diverse if it's the same 7 people for 5, 10, 15 years. It's a team that's practicing together and working towards this goal, but without sort of new opinions coming in. So I just throwing that out there. I think that while it is really nice to have professional experience to bring to these roles, these quasi-judicial roles, I don't think that every single person needs to have that. We didn't need to have to get an undergrad degree in some specific or master's degree in some specific topic in order to be qualified to sit as an elected official. We are, I know that there are some regulations about training that you need to go through to be on HARC and PNZ, but any citizen should be qualified to do that. And in the spirit of creating more participation, encouraging that training, I'm not saying like everybody should be off of these boards, but like if we find a way to stagger it so that there's mentorship opportunities and that sort of thing, as opposed to just keeping the same folks who also, by the way, have to go through a little bit of an awkward situation of recusing themselves because they are applying to the same board of the people that they're working with and asking for certain approvals. It can get to be awkward at times for that too. So
yeah, we don't want to forget that at the staff level, that's where the true requirement is, if you will, to have professional level staff. We do, whether it's planning, historic preservation, fill in the blank, that's incumbent on we as town staff to make sure you're staffed up with highly qualified professionals to lead those discussions, to craft those recommendations, to craft the reviews. And so I don't want us to forget that element, that you do have a playbook called the land use code and different things like that we're following, and you do have professional staff that is teeing up these discussions and so on as we move into these, regardless of the qualifications of your boards and commissions.
Sure. Tiffany, have we given you any
No.
direction
No,
whatsoever?
I do just want to clarify one thing. So as part of our National Historic designation, when we created HARC, part of that requirement from the state is that those members on HARC do have a professional background, and there are very specific requirements for HARC members to serve. So that's the one board that varies from that, is because it is a state requirement when we created HARC that they are professional, they do have a background, and they do have a knowledge of that area.
So on that, Tiffany, because in our current municipal code language, I'm just trying to pull it up here really quick. Apologies. It does state as part of the qualifications, it's has special knowledge or have interest in
right.
historic preservation. And that's how our current language is.
Right, and in the red line, I took the language specifically from the state's requirements, and that is a recommended change going forward on first reading, is that it matches exactly the state requirements. And so that is a change that I would like to bring back on first reading.
Because personally, I liked some of that flexibility for all these reasons we're discussing, because it does allow for greater participation. And I do take Geneva's comments that there's nothing that's unlearnable. There's people, it is certainly Hark in particular is the one with true specific knowledge that you really must have spent some time learning, but
But if there's a conflict, like if what we say is in conflict with what the state says, don't we have to go with what the state says?
I think it's wise to fix it, and that's what Tiffany's suggesting.
Yeah.
well, then I'll know, I can live with that. I think during this conversation, I have shifted. I was in conflict from the beginning a little bit and could go either way. And I think where I'm falling now is we aren't seeing diversity and inclusiveness on our boards and commissions. And the definition of insanity is to keep trying to think same thing again and again and expect something different. So if I have a great prioritization of diversity and inclusion and equity. And so I think we have to be willing to try something new. And to Geneva's point earlier, there's nothing to say that we can't. If we see it doesn't work, we tried something, then we shift again and we keep being a nimble and versatile governing body. And so I could live with term limits. I would say start lengthy, start big and draw it in. So I'd say at least 10 years is where I'm going on term.
Including Hark and PNZ.
Including Hark.
I would say over this conversation, I'm supportive of term limits as someone who's kind of also on the fence. I would rather us feel like we did something and have it not have the outcome we wanted than be passive and not be actively working towards our goals as a government and a community. I do think the Hark, even Hark more so than PNZ, I feel like is a little, I think the qualifications make that one like a little sticky for me, but overall I would support term limits across the board.
My only comment on that is that, it makes me kind of hold my breath a little when we say things like, let's give it a shot and see what happens, because one of the outcomes of that is that these committees don't have appropriate people on them and they kind of crash and burn. So I get a little nervous when we start being like, let's do an experiment with the running of our government. I think I agree that there are lots of boards and commissions where we can for sure confidently say it makes sense for us to have term limits. We want these to, there's a lot of people that are qualified that can come onto them. We need to make it easier for them to get there. I feel like Hark and PNZ, we specifically need to pull out and say that for right now, that's not worth running the experiment on, is my position.
And if it works on the same way we can say, oh, we can eliminate term limits in 2 years if it doesn't work. If it works for the other boards, then maybe we can adopt that to P&Z and Hark as we learn from it. So it works both ways.
Especially if we're lowering the barriers and saying, hey, we're going to expand who can come in to apply. And we see we're getting more wanting, more applications and stuff like that. Then we can say, okay, now we're going to turn people out on these two boards because we have enough applicants that we have allowed to come forward. I think that these ones in particular, we should keep people.
Well, we're not lowering the requirements for Hark and PNZ because those are written into
the.
Yeah. So those are the two boards that we're not making more accessible.
I just feel like the Hark and PNZ are the boards that I have been approached about instituting term limits on the most.
I feel like those boards are why we're having this conversation. Yeah.
Can I ask this question? Because to me, the educational knowledge is more important for those boards and commissions than residency. Being a professional within that industry and making truly educated, informed based on licensure decisions is so much more important. Like I feel so much less strongly that somebody should be living in Telluride and telling us what an elevator overrun distance should be than somebody that actually knows what an elevator overrun distance should be, is. And so is it possible then to readdress that and say, and have the net for those particular positions or that board widen out to professionals that are in the county at all? There's
It
nothing.
would take a charter amendment.
And that was the part that Kevin and Scott were pointing out is like highly unusual to be having people who do not reside in our community making decisions about these like property
Right.
things in our community that it's not like a super American thing to be doing.
So then truthfully, that strengthens my feeling that those two organizations need to be exempt from the term limits, at least for the next 2 years, and we can try and find more interest. And I think we have, I think some of the challenges we had with Hark in particular was that the meetings were so long, and and I think we've restructured so much of that to make it a much easier process for people to participate in. But I feel very strongly that that's not an area to play with, to Ashley's point, that those two boards and commissions, we can work on that process without instituting term limits for them, and then instituting term limits across the board and seeing, with the exception of those two, and then seeing where we are in 2 years, and promising that we're going to revisit it at that point.
We can look at it and make the changes. I'm good for that kind of as a compromise, because I was, against term limits all across the board, but, certainly willing to compromise and think that's, I think that's a good way to approach it. And we're opening up diversity with other boards and commissions. And if that's successful, we'll get to the point where it's across the board.
I just think that with the Hark and P&Z governing the largest financial industry driver of our community of construction and real estate, and maintaining the power in a small number of people's hands is just, it feels a little weird that we're saying it's okay. We'll let, term limits and more eligibility on Case and on these other boards, but not the cash cow industry.
We don't have to do
out.
that. We are determining who sits on these boards. There's absolutely no reason why, if there's two people that come up for a seat and one of them has been on that board for 15 years and the other one is a newcomer, that we cannot say, we would prefer having this newcomer on this board because we recognize that we want to have new perspectives and that we have a new person here that's available to it. But I am concerned that we are going to get ourselves into a position where we don't have enough qualified applicants coming forward at all because we've termed them out.
I hear that concern. I think that there's a lot of people who have the professional knowledge because this industry is so big, and I don't think that we're saying everybody get off at one time, but we don't all have to agree on this.
Yeah.
And this is a work session and we can get more feedback from the community. I just wanted to point that out, that like, these boards hold a lot of power, and a lot of the power goes with money, and it's a small town and people work together, and there's sometimes an image of, controlling this industry in a certain way or in a certain direction. And I know I've been like a squeaky wheel about things that have to do with this over time, but I just feel the need to bring it up in this, at this moment.
And then Tiffany, kind of where we're at right now, since it's 12:23, do we want to pick this back up later? What does council feel? Or do we help at all? Do we have to, revisit this again in kind of this format? I think we made some headway, but.
I think from what I'm hearing, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm good on everything except term limits, to return with red line for term limits on all boards and commissions except Hark and P&Z. Is that what council wants to see? As a majority of
But we
council?
It's like the
Yeah.
majority.
I only heard 3. So maybe you want to just talk about that one in particular, because I've only heard 3.
And I do have one other item that will take probably 5 to 10 minutes on boards and commissions, the absences. So I don't know if we do want to pick it up after lunch just for another 15, 20 minutes.
I think we should probably pick it up after lunch and just roll through that one so we can take a break. And if we're 3 and 3, basically, I think it's, just really quick, just go around the rooms with, do you want the term limits all across the board? And I'll start with Dan.
Yes.
I would like term limits on other planning commissions except for planning and zoning and HARC.
I agree with Ashley.
I agree with me and Ashley.
I think we should have some form of term limits and that could be rolled out over the period of time, so we don't lose a bunch of experience and commitment levels, but in a way that staggers it out so that we have a better rolling group of candidates for all commissions.
I think we should have term limits across the board.
We'll have to find out at our next meeting.
Yeah.
So I can return with some options and
Right.
then in that motion, we can just go with a majority next meeting.
Perfect. We will take our lunch break. My apologies for running a little late.
That she- for absences.
Okay, you're good.
All right, it's 1 o'clock and we are back from our lunch break. So we'd like to keep rolling with the agenda on number 2, and that is a public comment. Each person in the room will be allotted 5 minutes. Is there anybody in the room for public comment? Douglas, please come up and state your name and where you live, please.
Hi, council. I'm Doug Geisler. I live in Lawson Hill. I'm the owner of Cobra Construction, and I'm here to comment on the potential changes to the noise ordinance. In regarding construction, it's somewhat near and dear to me because I was recently fined $400 for using a hammer before 9 o'clock, amongst a couple other fines. I was glad to hear during the work session that council is somewhat amicable to the change in the noise ordinance starting at 8 o'clock. I think one point that nobody really understands is the difference between starting at 8 and 9 for using power tools and such. We're losing an hour a day of production, 5 hours a week. Over the course of a 2-year project, that's 500 hours of production lost, which means we're extending the life of that project 3.5 months. So just that 1 hour a day makes an enormous difference to the time that we're disturbing neighbors, the amount of time we're disturbing neighbors, and just I don't know how to say it nicely, but we just want to be able to start it at 8 o'clock in the morning. It's not that, you know, people are already up, kids are already in school. I don't think that 1 hour change of time is that big of a deal when it comes to a nuisance. And that's really all I have to say about it.
Awesome. Doug, thank you so much for your time and coming up and mentioning that. We appreciate it. Is there anyone else in the room for public comment? Tiffany, do we see anyone?
Seeing that none online.
Okay, then we will move on to item number 3, presentations and proclamations. And 3A is introduction of new IT support technician. And we have John Townsend here for that. And Corey.
So I'd like to introduce you guys to Corey Wiedow. He is our new IT support technician. Many of you may know him. I believe he has like 25 years of residency here in Telluride, 17 years working at the Sheraton, and a degree in information assurance, I think, and cybersecurity. Yes. Welcome.
Hi, everybody. I think I know most of you guys anyway. I'm excited to be working for the town of Telluride. Hopefully I can absorb a little bit of information from John and Carrie here in a short amount of time. But I'm excited to get to know everyone better and to help you guys with any of your computer or printer needs.
Welcome, Corey.
Yeah.
Great. Welcome, Corey, and thank you for joining the team. We look forward to working with you.
Right.
And you've already helped me out, so I appreciate it. Item 3B, introduction of new street maintenance technician, William Gustafson, and we have Lynn White here. No?
Nope.
We have Lynn here right now.
Okay, then we'll move on to 3C, introduction of new electrical and plumbing inspector, Drew Harrington, and we have Ron's back for this.
Thank you, Mayor. So we'd like to introduce Drew Harrington. You probably don't need an introduction, but Drew was with the town of Mount Village for 10 years. He was the Mount Village certified building official, and you might know the history of this. For a long time, the town of Telluride has cooperated with Mount Village, have an intergovernmental agreement to do our electrical and plumbing inspections with the town of Mount Village. Well, there were some staff changes and we needed to work quickly to try to fill the role of electrical and plumbing inspection. Well, fortunately, Drew approached us and applied for the electrical and plumbing inspector position, and we We're glad to hire him. He has 40 years of experience. He's a master electrician. ICC certification, combination inspector, plumbing code specialist, commercial plumbing, electrical inspector, and electrical code specialist. So we're glad for him to join Sam, Tammy, and Tommy as part of our building team.
That's great.
I'm thankful for the town to allow me to work part-time. Since I sort of retired for 4 days. But I'm excited to work with you and continue what I do for as long as I can.
We appreciate it.
That's great. Thanks for joining the team as well.
Great to have you.
Thanks.
Moving right along, item 4, appointments to boards and commissions. Current board openings. The Telluride Town Council is accepting applications for current and upcoming vacancies from citizens interested in volunteering their service on one of the following town boards, committees, or commissions. Applications must be received by noon on Monday, January 1st, 2024 for possible consideration at the next town council meeting, January 9th, 2024. We have Board of Adjustment and Appeals, 5 regular seats for a 1 or 2 year term, 2 alternate seats for a 1 or 2 year term. We have the Commission for Community Assistance, Arts, and Special Events, and that's 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, a town elector, and this seat is being considered today. We have the Ecology Commission, 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town or county elector, and 1 alternate seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town or county elector. Open Space Commission, 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term. That's a San Miguel County crossover member, and 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term for town elector. Parks and Recreation Commission, 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, and that's a town elector. Planning and Zoning Commission, 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town elector for at least 1 year. Public Art Commission, 2 alternate seats for a 1 or 2 year term, town or county elector for at least 6 months. 1 seat is being considered today. And we have Piper here with us at the table.
Well, good afternoon, Mayor and new council people. If you don't know me, my name is Piper Miller. I'm one of the assistant clerks, and I have been the boards and commissions secretary for 4.5 years, going on 5 years. So I'm usually here at every meeting introducing applicants to new boards and commissions. So up first we have So we have 1 vacancy right now on case that was made open by Elena joining council. And so we have had an applicant who was an alternate apply to elevate to a regular seat, and that is Courtney McElhaney. And I believe that she is here with us today. She let me know that she would be. She has served on case in an alternate seat since October of 2022. And as I said, she's applying to elevate into the regular seat vacancy. And yeah, if you appoint her, if you choose to elevate her to a regular seat, it would be for a 1 or 2 year term effective immediately.
Okay. Any questions for Piper from council for this appointment? Do we have a motion to approve Courtney to this position?
I'll happily make that motion, but first, do we want to hear from the applicant?
She's here.
Oh, she's here. Sorry, I missed that. Okay. If you'd like to say something, please, please do.
No, I just thank you for the consideration. It's been a great year on case, learning a lot from all the regular members. And, you know, this is kind of my background prior to my tenure as the manager of the Housing Authority. My background has always been nonprofit, special events, grant writing. And so it's nice to be able to do this, you know, volunteer about something I'm passionate about. So thanks for the consideration.
Great. Thank you. We have a motion on the table. Do we have a second?
I don't believe
there's
we
no
have.
motion.
Was no motion?
I-
Sorry.
I move to appoint Courtney McElhenney to a regular seat to the Commission for Community Assistance, Arts and Special Events for a 2-year term effective immediately.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the table from Dan and a second from Mian. Dan, how do you vote?
Dan, yes?
Ian, yes.
Uh,
Yes.
Elena, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. Courtney, thank you so much for stepping up. We really appreciate it.
Congrats.
And then we will go on to 4C. This is for the alternate seat for a 2-year term for the Public Art Commission.
Correct. So the Public Art Commission is a commission that does not meet very often. But there are 2 vacant alternate seats. We received an application from Amy Schilling, who is a county elector, and she has not served on any board or commission for the town previously that I'm aware. And there is no financial impact to the town of Telluride budget for this board. Staff recommends removing or reviewing the application in your packet, and if deemed appointed, she's here to speak on her behalf, I believe. And if you find that you would like to appoint her, the term would have to be for 2 years and it would be effective immediately.
Okay, great. Thank you. Amy, would you like to
Can you come up to the
come up to the microphone? That'd be great.
I don't stutter, okay. I'm Amy Schilling. I've lived in town since 91 and I've been an artist ever since when I first moved here. I have not served with the town, but I lived down in Ilium in 2 Rivers, deed restricted, and I've been on the DRBO board there as well as on the board there. I just care about this community. I would like to be involved in sharing art with visiting people as well as the people that live here. Do you have any other questions I can answer? I didn't prepare anything. I apologize.
Does any of the council members have questions for Amy?
I just noticed something, and this isn't so much a question for Amy. You seem like a great applicant. I did notice that you're not a town of Telluride resident, and the commission, what we reviewed earlier says that it's town of Telluride registered voters, I believe is what it says. So I didn't know if that was an issue.
So there can be 2 alternates who can be town or county electors.
Double check that because I checked this.
Well,
and I was like,
it's
that
in
seems
the
weird.
body of the memo also, but yes, go ahead and check it.
It was something that I noticed when in our earlier conversation with Tiffany.
And Elena, I did mention that as well when I applied. I asked a few county commissioners asking if it's okay for me to apply since I'm not a town resident, and I decided just to move forward just in case.
Yeah, no, and I would love to see you on the board. I just, in the section 21020 membership of the Public Art Commission, it just says that 3 regular members shall be residents of the town.
Keep going. You're almost
Yeah.
there. It says, in addition, the town council shall appoint 2 alternates who are qualified electors of either the town or the county. And she is going for one of those alternates.
Oh, and that's some of the red line stuff that we might get rid of.
Hasn't been changed yet.
Okay, that's not in
Double
effect
check.
yet.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
cool. That was all yep, then that's all.
Okay. Any other questions for Amy?
Yeah, I got used to the microphone now.
Do we have a motion to approve Amy?
I move to approve Amy Schilling to the Public Art Commission for a 2-year term,
Effective.
effective immediately.
Second.
Great. We have a motion on the table from Elena and a second from Mian.
I
Elena,
think we need to specify that's an alternate seat.
Oh,
Accept the friendly amendments.
you can accept the,
I would like to accept a friendly amendment that it is for an alternate seat.
I do as well.
great.
Thank you very
The
much.
amended motion has been presented by Elena with a second from Mian. Elena, how do you vote?
Elena, yes.
Mian?
Yes.
Geneva, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
Teddy, yes. It's approved unanimously.
Thank you.
And then wrapping up number 4, we're going to go back to Tiffany. So we can wrap up item 1C. Is discussion regarding town boards and commissions, terms, eligibility, and composition.
Thank you. There's just one item that was outstanding from this morning that I hoped to get direction on. I didn't want to assume that these changes proposed were acceptable. And that is on attendance. So let me share my screen. So you may recall from Attorney Geiger's training from last week that he reviewed one of the reasons for, he reviewed the good cause for removal of a Board Commission member. One of those items called out for good cause is when a member misses 5 or more meetings in a calendar year. When that occurs, or any of those items on that list, it requires a public hearing, and it's needs to be publicly noticed, and it's really, you know, out there in the public because it's a public hearing on removing a member. It has not occurred during my tenure here with the town. We have had members that sit on commissions, though, that do start missing meetings and miss more than 5 in a calendar year. Typically, it's due to personal situations like divorce or health reasons or something like that. And it's really personal, and we don't really want to bring those issues out in a public hearing. But those members are not necessarily resigning either. And so the typical practice has been to just wait until their term is up and then see if we get another application and appoint another member. If we're looking at expanding our eligibility and our ultimate goals of getting more people on these commissions, the recommendation is to amend that section of the municipal code under good cause. And instead of making missing 5 absences a good cause for removal, make it be automatic that when that member misses 5 meetings in a calendar year, they're automatically removed, and we start advertising their seat. And then down the road, if circumstances change, they can always reapply for that board or commission.
Great, thank you. Any thoughts from council on the recommendation? Yeah, I'm all for it. I mean,
Yeah.
the only question I have, does it make any sense? Does it make life harder or easier for you if you time those 5 absences from the date of the appointment and have it be from that year? So if they're appointed in July, it just goes July to July, or does that make it more confusing for you?
For us, it would be more confusing to do it by the term, because when we're tracking attendance, we do it by the calendar year. And that's the way we present the absences in our boards and commissions memos. So calendar year is administratively easier.
Great. I'm all for keeping it. And unless anybody has any other comments of why we should not remove members automatically after 5 absences.
I just have a question. If, let's say, somebody is removed automatically for those 5 absences and we fill the seat, if another seat becomes available, are they able to reapply, or are they kind of like blacklisted?
No, I think they would be able to reapply, but they would definitely have to go through that process and, explain to town council why they were not attending meetings. And then it would be up to council if you felt that was a good enough reason to reappoint.
Okay.
Great. Tiffany, thank you so much.
you.
I
Thanks.
got through that one a lot quicker.
See you next time.
Moving right along, back on track. We are item number 5, the consent calendar. Do we have a motion for the approval of the minutes of the regular meeting, November 28, 2023?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the table from Dan and a second by Mian. Dan, how do you vote?
Dan, yes.
Ian, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Elena, yes.
Maybe yes.
Teddy, yes. The consent calendar is approved unanimously. That brings us to item number 6, public hearing. 6A, consideration of a request from Smuggler Union Brewery to grant temporary use and structures permit for 2 8-foot by 12-foot greenhouse structures each at a height of 8 feet 2 inches, located at 225 South Pine Street, pursuant to the Telluride Land Use Code, pursuant to Code Article 6, Division 8, and we have Ron Corals here.
Thank you, Mayor and Town Council. Let me pull up the screen. Pull up the wrong one, sorry. Oh, sorry about that. This is a request for a temporary use and structures permit. This is one of the few land use items in the land use code that the town council has full authority, does not go to planning and zoning commission or HARC for review. We did modify the land use code recently to establish new requirements to allow temporary uses and structures to operate for 3 consecutive years within a particular season, winter season in this case, 180 days. The application that's in front of you today is under these new provisions. The location is at West San Juan and South Pine. Again, 2 8-foot structures, 2 8-foot by 12-foot structures, each at a height of 8 feet 2 inches. You probably remember the last 2 winter seasons, these structures were in place. The applicant is again requesting temporary structure for the winter season, or these temporary structures for the winter season. The site is located in the commercial zoning. The commercial zoning is intended for commercial vitality as part of the commercial core of the town. Staff included in the staff memo an analysis of section 6-803, the review criteria. We have a motion in your packet, or suggested motion, and conditions of approval that were customary from the last 2 approvals. And with that, I'll in the presentation answer any questions you might have.
Great. Thank you so much, Ron. Regarding Ron's presentation and items in the packet, are there any council members that have any questions for Ron? There are no questions. The applicant is in the room. Josh, how are you today?
Doing well, thank you.
Thanks for showing up. We really appreciate it. Do you have anything to add to your application?
Nothing in particular, no, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody in the room for public comment on this topic? Seeing none, is there any further comment from council, or do we have a motion?
Quick question, Kevin, can we just say conditions as presented in this motion?
You could, you might want to be specific on,
Do you want me to read them out, or do you want us to read them out?
let's take a look at how long those conditions were.
Yes.
Three down.
I mean,
You can mention numbers 1 through whatever it is in the packet material found at page
Okay,
blah
perfect.
of the materials.
Okay, awesome.
It is kind of.
I move to approve the application for a temporary uses and structures permit submitted by Josh Klein for the Smuggler Union Brewery located at 225 South Pine Street, Town of Telluride, pursuant to the Telluride Land Use Code, Article 6, Division 8, with the following conditions listed on page 71 and 72 of our council packet, 1 through 8.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Mian and a second from Geneva. Mian, how do you vote?
Mian, yes.
Geneva?
Yes.
Elena, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
Teddy, yes. It is approved unanimously. Congratulations. Going on, item 6B, consideration of a request from La Marmot Restaurant to grant a temporary uses and structures permit for 4 globe structures, each at a size of 10 feet diameter and at a height of 8 feet 9 inches for the La Marmot Restaurant located at 150 West San Juan Avenue pursuant to the Telluride Land Use Code, Article 6, Division 8. And Ron will continue.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the second application. Josh Klein is also the applicant on this request for temporary uses and structures permit. Again, it's under the new provisions that were adopted by the town council in May of this year. The request is for 4 globe structures at the location of West San Juan and South Fur at the La Marmot. The structures you're probably familiar with, again, from the last winter, 2 winters. There is a little bit of a wrinkle with this one. We've been working with Josh to try to work on a solution. Focus on these two alpenglobes that are located along the street. These 2 globes are actually located on existing designated parking. The way the land use code is written, any of the designated parking areas cannot be used for temporary structures. That was a little bit different during the pandemic. During the emergency measures, we did allow temporary structures on designated parking. La Marmot Restaurant shares a condominium arrangement with the Fago Towers. And as such, 2 designated parking spaces are a part of that condominium. Parking for unit 2 is parking for the La Marmot Restaurant. Parking for unit 1 is designated for the residents. By our land use code, commercial or the restaurant uses do not require any parking. They're exempt from parking requirements. And that was as an incentive for that land use. And that was a decision town council made several years ago. However, the parking for the residential unit is required. The condo plat reflects the 1 designated parking space for that unit. What makes this a difficult situation, there are cars that are parked along the street, and these spaces have not been utilized as parking spaces for some time, for quite a while. And we recognize that, and we've been working again with Josh to try to find a solution. If the town council agrees, what we'd like to propose is that at least one of the parking or the globes be located on 1 parking space, the restaurant parking space, since that's not by our land use code, that's not required as a restaurant use. That the other space not include the globe, that it be located with the other 3 or with the other 2 globes in the patio area. If town council agrees, I think Josh's agreement in principle. If town council agrees, we would recommend that with the condition that the condo map and the condo declarations be amended to reflect the parking allowing for the restaurant, designated restaurant use. The property is located in the commercial zoning. Staff reviewed the criteria, section 6-803, and we support the application based on the condition that we're recommending if town council agrees with that condition. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Okay, we have a couple hands up, so we'll start with me.
I was gonna say
Or
Dan.
Dan.
Either way. Sorry, Ron, can you pull up the second to last slide again, please? You know, I mean, we all know parking's kind of an issue in our town, but in this circumstance, it almost feels like it's a wash. Cause I'm looking at this and I'm looking where that van is, and I know that there's grading on the sidewalk there, sort of in the bottom right corner. And so I'm envisioning this, if we designate that as parking, well then you'd have to be just like a golf cart is the only thing that can fit on that street space where the van is in that picture. And so it doesn't, I don't know that the solution,
Feels like we lose a parking spot, right?
yeah,
That's
or
kind of what
we
you're
gain
saying.
one to lose one,
Yeah.
so yeah, and so this is where. To me, I don't know,
You're
that
gonna
I,
have to paint that then yellow to say you can't park here because you need access
yeah,
to that parking space.
Way confusing.
Yeah,
So-
And isn't there
it's,
like a flower bed too, blocking it?
there are a couple
Yeah,
of
so
flower beds.
realistically, no one's gonna actually park there.
Correct. Since I've been in town, I guess since 2005, it's always been utilized as a patio space. Certainly since I've been, the license holder there, it's been considered a patio and it's been enjoyed as such, during the summer and during the winter with the globes there. And to your point, Dan, you're correct. If we do, obligate that zone or that space to be used for parking, it would entail essentially counterfeiting a parking space in front of it in order to afford egress. So it is a wash, and in terms of public, enjoyment or just commercial use, from whatever perspective you want to look at it, there's not a downside here if in fact we're able to continue to utilize the entirety of the patio for said globe use. But again, that's up to town council.
So then, the flower beds in front, because that was, you guys both kind of hit on what I was gonna say. Are those those are permanent, right? Or is it,
No.
they're bricked? No?
No.
Just
Those are above
there's flower
ground.
pots? Okay.
Yeah, those are above ground, and so those will be moved, just for me to like back a trailer and put the globe in there as well. So they're
Okay.
movable.
I guess I need to clarify. So we're not designating these as parking spaces. They're already designated as parking
Correct.
spaces. And legally, that's the one parking space. So that's where we're in conflict because the land use code prohibits the use of designated parking for these temporary structures. So that's where we're struggling with it.
How do we, maybe this is a common question. How do we work around that?
I think that's the conundrum that Ron's bringing up, and I think I would reiterate it, which is that the town, we currently don't have the authority to permit this activity, and if it's in a designated parking space, unless you want to revise the criteria, which previously during COVID did allow for that flexibility, but when we memorialized it out of the temporary process and put it into the land use code expressly for this purpose, we were very clear that you could not use a designated parking space for that activity. So
I think our
I don't think you have the
compromise,
authority.
our
Go ahead.
compromise is to allow at least one of the parking spaces with the condition that they come back and modify the condominium arrangement. At least to clarify that parking space is used for dining.
so that is where I'm confused though, because clarify for me why we have the authority to do it for one parking spot, but not for both.
With
There's no
that
residential
condition,
on the
I
other.
think.
Okay, because of the use designated for it.
Right.
Yes.
So I feel like I should premise this with, I think that we don't have enough parking in this town. And so like, I think that preserving and maintaining as much parking as we can is like really, really important. But it seems like this particular spot has not been utilized as parking. It is going to impede the use of the street as parking if it were to be used as such. Doesn't the town have a way for us to like exempt a residence from having to provide parking? Or we could just say that they can come to the planning
There,
and zoning and change and say, we're gonna give an exemption that this property doesn't need to have
there
parking
might,
provided.
there might be an option to designate 2 on-street parking spaces. And, I mean, our land use code is pretty clear. It says off-street parking spaces designated, but there might be a way that we could modify it to allow for on-street parking spaces for these 2 designated parking spaces.
Ron,
that's-
I'm trying to think of examples where we may have done that in the past, designating
Um,
on-street parking spaces. I'm picturing
The
Town
Marsh,
Hall, for example, where we
yeah, and the Marshalls.
Don't we have a loading and
Marshalls.
unloading area for the Sheridan Hotel in front of the?
We do have one,
courthouse.
we do have
He did it for
one space at Sheridan.
Boomerang
Yes.
Lodge.
Boomerang Lodge.
designated.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Right.
I mean, there's precedent to do that.
I mean, are we okay
Yeah.
with doing it without that though? Cause then you could argue that takes away from parking for the public and going with the original suggestion. So, the applicant would like to add something.
I think, just in the sense of preserving parking, I think it could be a benefit to the town to see the preservation of those two parking spaces exactly where, the trailer and the van are illustrated in the photo, because, if we are going to, create a special provision for Lammermont, which, from a private usage perspective sounds great for me to have private parking there. I would like to afford, if at all possible, the space to public usage, in lieu of blocking the egress or rather, maintaining the egress and blocking the parking from there for, private usage of the applicant, in this case, Lammermont. So, unless I'm misunderstanding the special provision, which again, I don't want to shoot myself in the foot, but nonetheless, if we're going to designate those parking towards Lammermont, then it counterfeits actual parking, whereas currently, with the current use of the patio space there, it doesn't block or counterfeit any public parking on the street.
Well, I think, correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, if we say this, because we only need one spot, correct? Because the other spot, because it's tied to the restaurant and commercial, we're not really worried about that as much because we can adjust that. The single spot, we can make an exemption and say, we're going to give it's actually the Fago Tower unit, correct? That who gets that parking.
Mhm.
It's up to that owner, that private owner to put signage up and, actually say, this is my designated spot, which if the owners have no desire to do that, to carve out their piece, then it's just continue to be utilized as public parking. Is that correct?
I mean, it would have to be a designated parking space. So you'd have, whether it's the owner that puts up the sign or the town puts up the sign, it has to be a designated parking space for that unit.
Yeah, and if it's on the town right of way, the town should be putting that sign up. And there are examples of that. Boomerang Village, as someone mentioned, on Colorado Avenue, there's the alley behind it as well. We have a town sign there that says parking for, and then it tells you explicitly who it's for. This is more of an aside, but what I'm curious about is how come that residential unit never asserted their rights for the last 15 years on this parking spot, which is quite curious, but I don't think we need to answer that now. I think what we need to do is move through kind of the mechanism of trying to move this forward. And I think Ms. Story is right. It's really a focus on one, if there's willingness to consider the unit 2 designation as also allowing for the globes as opposed to the parking that's designated.
And wouldn't we find that out when we go through the process if they're going to amend the plat?
Clarify, I'm sorry.
Like, so basically, if we ask them to amend the plat so we can have that use, if the owner of parking unit 1 wouldn't allow it,
Oh,
we would.
well, I
certainly
know
about
that Josh has been working with the other owner
Yeah.
pretty,
For a long
all
time.
along.
Yeah.
So I don't think that would be an issue
Yeah.
during the plat.
Does Josh have a lease for that parking space then?
No, it's a designated parking on-site, off-street parking space. By, at that time by code, but as part of the condominium arrangement. So it's a legal parking space.
But my question is Josh leasing that property from the owner? I own a parking space in town. I can lease that parking space to
Oh.
another person.
No, I don't think so.
Geneva?
I think we all want to make this work. I'm wondering what kind of, precedent we're setting by saying, okay, a former PUD or an older, development plan had this required parking spot and now the uses have shifted. And so we're just gonna not require to have that off street anymore. Like, we're gonna hear from 221 next, and then we're gonna hear from the next restaurant. So
There's a
what is the
precedent.
tiniest way? I mean, I certainly want to make this happen. I think the Globes are great. I think we don't have to go over all the things. I
Right.
think we all agree.
Yeah.
But how do we make sure that we're not, starting a whole chain of requests for this?
I'm concerned about
And
that.
I don't know the answer. It's just
Well, I mean,
oracle.
I don't think there'd be
Sorry.
too many temporary structures related to the restaurant uses like this, but
Okay.
it could set a little bit of a precedent.
I think you mentioned this as an option, but that the patio that is adjacent to the parking, is that all yours to use? So, I mean, to not have to deal with changing the use of this parking spot, is there a reason why we wouldn't just move one of the Globes onto that patio?
That's what we're recommending.
Yeah,
At least
so-
one, just one. of it.
Yeah, I'm wondering why, like, if that's a solution, why not do that? Like, why? I agree that I would rather have the Globes on there, but if it creates this precedent for other problems and whatever, then I think if there's a solution that seems pretty amicable among everyone to move the Globe, then I feel like that is probably just the best option.
But I have a question. If to, not set the precedent, can we basically say that, if we allow this, it's saving a parking space in town? I mean, to me, that's the difference, is that if we, if we're not going to allow them to use that, then we better be prepared to open that parking space up and let them use it. And that's the difference to me versus anyone else coming through the process just to use a parking space that in effect takes a parking space away. I've never seen anyone park there in 28 years.
Yeah.
And
This
so
part of the issue is we can't, right?
We
That's
really
the-
can't.
even
At
if
least
we
as to
have-
Yeah, even if I want to, I don't think we can.
right.
Yeah.
At least as to
I
you.
mean,
Would the property owner have the ability to afford me the use? Because that's the conversation that I had with Durfee Day.
I think the problem is because of the way that is tight, it's like it's on the title as this property, this condo has designated parking here and that's residential and that's part of it. Is that was my question about, like, well, he has a lease and it's now part of the restaurant because you're leasing it, but it sounds like it has to do with the way that it's actually like on a plat as designated as a residential.
Understood. And again, this isn't saying what we would do, but maybe for future conversation, I don't know, but it would again open that spot, that parking spot to the whim of or whatever Durfee Day decides to do, who's the owner of said parking spot in Fago Tower, to eliminate essentially that parking. And I don't also know how that goes as far as, I don't know, parking in town and just having the spot and snow removal. Like it's always been afforded as a paying parking spot by the town, but eventually we're kind of saying,
it's a conundrum, to be honest. I mean, it's
Is it possible to grant an approval, this, a one-time seasonal approval based on any aspect of, it's just tough because you're asking for the plat to be changed after the fact. If the plat was changed first, would that change anyone's?
well, actually, that was a condition of the previous approval.
Right.
If they wanted to come back and use those spaces or any of the parking. So, that solution wasn't achieved before today's meeting. That's the problem.
Well, it's because there's no other place to
Yeah,
assign
it's,
that parking spot is the issue.
exactly. I think that's part of the problem.
it's not gonna break my heart if I can't use the spot. So if it's easier to work on this and for future, years to come. Certainly open to that. I think everyone's pretty educated on the actuality and legal aspect of the situation. So if it's not something within the capacity of town council to flex through this parking spot, I don't want to create a great deal of opposition to that. At the end of the day, we just want to utilize the globes and serve some French food.
Where does Durfee park now?
He parks in the street, typically where like that van is.
Okay. He just parks in public streets.
Public street, yeah.
Any further comments from council on the matter? And if there's none, we could certainly entertain a motion to approve or a motion to deny.
It is a public hearing, just.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Is there anyone in the room for public comment on this issue? Seeing none, and Josh, we never really formally called you up. You just kind of chimed in. Is there anything else you'd like to add before we go to deliberate?
I suppose I'd like to add that I'll be working with Durfee Day in the next year in order to perform any necessary requirements to, if at all possible, maybe it's not ever going to be possible, but at least execute some sort of an attempt to reallocate that spot for future use for this purpose. And with all the before mentioned reasoning in terms of points, it's a better aesthetic. It's a more convenient placement in terms of delivery of hot food items. It's relatively safer in the sense of the guest egress in the winter times when it's snowing and so forth. But nonetheless, that's all I have in terms of comment. Thank you.
Kevin, I have a question for you. Considering that, my experience is that the use of that space was food service for quite some time in the summer months. Do we have to consider any type of prescriptive easement or anything like that would help the applicant, or is that really not applicable?
Yeah, it wouldn't run to the designated use as it's called out on town approvals. It might conceivably run against a private party on that issue, but it wouldn't in any way then obviate or eliminate the designation on the relevant town documents, which I think it is, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
It's clearly designated as as required parking under town approvals. So split issue, you could maybe have that argument for private to private. You don't have that argument to the public.
Okay.
Has the town ever done like a deal? I know there's parking along on the other side. I can't remember what that street is called because I've lived here my whole life. I don't know the street. There's parking that's like the diagonal parking that goes along the street there.
Fine, yeah.
Thank you, Pine. Has
Fir.
one of the trees. Has the town ever done anything where they would say, okay, we want, because where those arrows are is a public parking spot that we want. And if this person utilizes this parking spot, then we lose that town spot effectively.
Mm-hmm.
If we were to do basically a swap with some of the diagonal parking on whatever tree street is next to us here, and say, okay, the town is gonna, because we don't want to lose that on street there.
Right.
We're gonna put a sign on the diagonal parking over here that's gonna be deeded so that we still satisfy the residential parking need for it. And then the town, benefit to the public, gets to retain that parallel parking spot along here. And then that property would then just be deeded back to Durfee without the parking overlay on it. And he could, it'd just be private property that anyone could put anything on, similar to what they're doing with the other spot.
Yeah, there are examples where the town has dedicated a parking space on the right of way to some private use. That is an option. It should be probably through a license agreement or some sort of a formal.
Some kind of development agreement. Yeah. I mean, the way our land use code reads, currently it's the adjoining property or abutting property if you're not going to park on site. And we've interpreted that to allow for parking on the street if it's adjacent. So that's one of the issues we'd have to get around as well. But
It just seems
There
like
might
that,
be a
'cause
way-
it's like W'd permit or whatever there, that if you took that spot, then that would leave the paid parking, which is the benefit to the public, without putting up a sign that says like, this is for the, the Fago Tower parking, that it would be over here, you maintain the paid parking for the public in front of the restaurant, which I think is what the restaurant would prefer
Mhm.
as well. I don't know. It's just, that was a workaround I was trying to figure out.
We can certainly do it.
Excellent workaround for next year.
next year, yeah.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay, if you're ready to make a motion, please do.
Okay. I move to approve the application for a temporary uses and structures permit submitted by Josh Klein for the La Marmont Restaurant located at 150 West San Juan Avenue, Town of Telluride, pursuant to the Telluride Land Use Code, Article 6, Division 8, with the following conditions 1 through 9 listed on page 83 and 84 of our town council packet.
Second.
We have a motion on the table from Mian and Eleanor with a second. Mian, how do you vote?
Ian, yes.
Eleanor,
Elena, yes.
Geneva,
Yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
Teddy, yes. Motion is approved unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for your consideration on the topic. I appreciate it.
Yep.
Brought us an interesting one.
Yeah. Next item on the agenda, 6C, second reading and approval of an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride concerning the financing of improvements to the town's water system and the Shandoka Housing Project, and approving the execution and delivery by the town of a ground lease, site and improvement lease, and the lease purchase agreement and related documents. And we have Kaylee Ranta here.
Thank you. At the first reading of this item, you did hear in detail about the projects to be financed by the COP. One being phase 1, the construction and renovation of Shandoka Building F, and then some water capital projects, with the largest of those being the Mill Creek water plant. Kyle and Lance are here if you have any questions, but we didn't plan on going into detail about those again. As well as Jason Simmons is online with Hilltop, and hopefully Maria Harwood is filling in for Dalton today from Butler Snow. So COPs are a multi-year financing tool available to local governments in Colorado. It's a lease purchase agreement with issuer-owned assets used as collateral and subject to annual appropriation. The source of funds can be from generally available revenues of the issuer. We do plan to have separate internal amortization schedules for the 2 projects, and to make those annual payments out of the Shandoka Fund and the Water Fund respectively, to pay their portions of these COPs. The leased property consists of Rebecca Hall, the Public Works Facility, and Shandoka Building F. And then the maximum principal amount that can be borrowed is $13 million, but we anticipate that the housing project will use up to 4.95 million, and then $5 million for the water fund, so we should be well under that. And that's all I really have, unless Jason or Maria have anything to add.
Do you have anything else to add, Lance, or anybody else?
We are starting work next Monday. We are on site right now evaluating items, but the work will actually start on Monday.
Okay, council have any questions? Is there anybody in the room for public comments on this item? Okay, any further deliberation from council on this? And do we have a motion?
I move to approve on second reading an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride concerning the financing of improvements to the town's water system and the Shandoka Housing Project, and approving the execution and delivery by the town of a ground lease, a site and improvement lease, and a lease purchase agreement and related documents.
I second.
We have a motion from Mian and a second from Ashley. Mian, how do you vote?
Ian, yes.
Ashley?
Ashley, yes.
Dan?
Dan, no.
Elena?
Elena, yes.
Geneva?
Yes.
Teddy, yes. It is approved, 5-1. Moving right along to 6D. 6D is the second reading and approval of an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, amending the Telluride Municipal Code of the Town of Telluride, Colorado at Chapter 13, Municipal Utilities, Section 13-2-80, Section 13-2-85, and Section 13-2-120, changing the water and sewer billing cycle from bi-monthly to monthly, and Kaylee is still here.
So town staff has definitely realized the burden of paying for 2 months of water and wastewater on one bill with the increased rates recently, as well as what we have coming up in the future. So we'd like to change that to a monthly billing cycle beginning January 1st, 2024. And the changes in this ordinance are really just changing the wording, the bi-monthly wording to monthly, as well as in section 13-2-120 delinquency. The payments will be due on the 20th day from the date charges are billed. This was previously the 30th day. And then a 5% penalty will be imposed on the 21st day after billing. This was previously the 31st day. So those are really the only changes being made to the
Okay.
ordinance.
Any questions from council? Seeing no questions from council, is there anybody in the room for public comment? Seeing none. It is as simple as, do we have a motion?
I move to approve on second reading an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, changing the water and sewer billing cycle from bi-monthly to monthly beginning January 1st, 2024.
We have a motion on the table from Ashley. Do we have a second?
I second.
Motion from Ashley, a second from Dan. Ashley, how do you vote?
Yes.
Dan?
Dan, yes.
And yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Teddy, yes. It is approved unanimously. Item 6E, second reading and approval of an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, establishing certain water and wastewater rates and charges for 2024. And Kaylee Ranta is on the hot seat once again.
Great. So these rate increases did come from a recommendation from Burns and McDonnell, who did a rate study for us this year. And they recommended that a 5% water rate increase is needed and a 20% rate increase on the wastewater utility for 2024. And these are the same rates that were included in the approved 2024 budget.
Okay, pretty straightforward. Any questions from council for Kaylee? Seeing no questions, is there anybody in the room for public comment? Seeing none, any further discussion from council?
You know, I just want to address the one public comment we received. I don't wish to be burdensome upon anybody, but there is a solution to that issue, and that is annexation. If you want to pay the in-town rate, annex into town.
That is a fair comment. Any other comments from council on this item? Are we ready for a motion?
I move to approve on second reading an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, establishing certain water and wastewater rates and charges for 2024.
Second.
We have a motion from Mian and a second from Elena. Mian, how do you vote?
Yes.
Elena?
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
Teddy, yes. It passes unanimously. Kaylee, thank you for all that. We are a little bit early for our work sessions. Scott, do you want to pop in the administrative reports or?
Yeah, let's jump into administrative reports. We do have some folks coming for that 7B work session item that would be useful to have in the room. So I'll jump into administrative reports. Let me get that window, guys. So I don't have a whole lot for you today. I do, of course, have a Telluride housing update for you. We've got some hard copies, in fact, today. We can just kind of pass those down, but I'll run through our 7 projects or so that we are in the midst of And first and foremost is our Voodoo Affordable Housing Project. Again, that's 27 rental units, about 3,600 square feet of tenant finish commercial space. A new free box that'll be about twice the size of our existing free box will be located there on that northeast corner, which is exciting. We'll have a roll down gate of sorts that will help secure that free box so we don't get quite as much dumping as we do of trash overnight. So that's going to be a great addition. And then very excited to continue talking about our youth hangout at the old Voodoo shed that will, it's a historic shed that'll come back onto the site again, kind of that northeast corner. And earlier, or I should say early last week, I presented in front of the Board of County Commissioners with a request for an initial phase of capital funding assistance on that youth hangout. The county commissioners approved $20,000 towards this first phase. Certainly the town's got several $100,000 worth of costs that will go into that youth hangout space just between relocating that historic shed back on site, constructing the foundation, utilities along with that, and of course interior finishes. But I did make an ask of $25,000 each, again, kind of as a first phase ask to San Miguel County government, town of Mountain Village, and our school district. And we're hoping for positive responses from all three, but thus far only the county commissioners have been able to take that up, but they were very positive around the project and are going to allocate in 2024 $20,000 towards again some of those first phase finishes. And I did put everyone on notice that as we look at programming for the youth hangout through our partners over at Communities That Care, or CTC, through Tri-County Health, certainly we'll have some programming costs and additional expenses related to that. But we really see, as I think most people do, the youth hangout as a regional asset. Our schools are certainly not made up of just town of Telluride kids. They're from the county and Mountain Village and all over the place. So that was exciting to kind of keep those discussions around the youth hangout at Voodoo in particular ramping up, and we appreciate the county's support thus far. Again, you're starting to see some third level come to fruition on Voodoo. And as we were talking about construction hours and noise ordinances this morning, I did just approve for December 20th an extension of those construction hours, as they have a really large concrete pour up on, I think, a third deck for Voodoo coming up on the 20th. And then things will ramp down a bit over the holiday period, as you might expect. Shandoka Building F, Phase 1. Again, we just addressed that project in our last agenda item here from a financing standpoint. But again, Shandoka Building F is a remodel and a refresh of 9 existing rental units, plus we'll be adding 3 more studio rental units to Phase 1. Again, the entitlement process is complete, and we just got authorization to proceed earlier in the month, and we've got some financing approvals that just got done about 3 minutes ago here. So that's exciting on that front. We expect both Voodoo and the Shandoka Building F Phase 1 to be complete right around September of 24. So coming up this next fall, which is great. Our Canyonlands Tower House project, again, that's the town's first ever public-private partnership. We're working with Servitas as our private partner on that. They, by the way, Servitas is the group working in Summit County with the U.S. Forest Service and Summit County and Silverthorne, I believe, to begin implementing that pretty innovative new deed restricted housing project on U.S. Forest Service land, which is unique in and of itself. So it's nice to have that Servitas team on board with us there. That will be at Canyonlands 37 deed restricted housing units. And it looks like upwards of 3 free market units in the current concept to help that project pencil. Again, we're in a pre-construction phase right now, and that's proceeding as we speak, kind of through the P&Z and the HARC entitlement process. Pre-construction phase, we're hoping is completed in February or March. And then we'll kind of at that point know some timelines for completion in 2024, we hope. Virginia Placer Phase 2, again, that is has a HARC approved 9 units. Then we're looking for 2B that would be stacked, above Phase 2. That will be an additional 10 to 12 units. That, as you might remember, is I think a pretty innovative deed restricted housing project where we would bring in some of our special district partners who have particular needs around emergency services and some of those critical staffers. We issued an RFP for those special districts a couple months ago now, and we are still in the kind of mode of determining how to best select partners for that piece of Virginia Placer. Next up, a little bit farther down the line, will be Shandoka Building F Phase 2. Again, Phase 1 is about to kick off now. Phase 2 will be the northerly side of that building, where we'll remodel and refresh the interiors of 14 existing rental units, and then expand by about 3 additional studio units in that as well. That is more of a, well, let's see, pre-construction services completed in June of this coming summer, and then we could get a potential construction start date of fall, September, October of 24 for the Phase 2. And then the last 2 big ones that have more of a to be determined completion date, of course, would be Lot L of Shandoka. That redevelopment, again, is only had a feasibility study completed around that, as far as what would the maximum amount of structured parking look like on that lot, what the maximum number of housing units could be if combined with a parking structure. And that's very much a transit-oriented commercial space opportunity, an intercept parking lot opportunity. As we talk around our parking needs in town, we really do see that Shandoka Lot L helping take some of that burden off of downtown, if you will. And that's consistent, both the feasibility study and I think the concepts we're just beginning to work around have always been consistent with the Southwest area plan. And the same would be said for Carhenge. We signed a non-binding MOU with Telluride Ski and Golf back in June, and that was an MOU to just collaborate on the planning of that really important space. There's no doubt that there's going to be an interconnectedness between not just the Chair 7 base area and Carhenge, but also, frankly, across the road over into Lot L of Shandoka. They all are large lots. They're all interconnected, and I think there's some great opportunities to offset, for example, some parking over on Shandoka in that structured parking, so we can get the deed restricted housing densities we're hoping for over on the Carhenge side. So those are a little bit more to be determined in their timelines, but as we talked at the last council meeting, we're really looking forward to kicking off some initial open house meetings with Cimarron and some of those residents that are closest at a place, for example. It just makes sense that we get them in the conversation right out of the gate, and we'll certainly be putting together a framework of what those open meetings and input opportunities will be for those areas. And we know it's critically important to Telluride Ski and Golf as well to have an integrated project down there that works well with the town and the community. So that's a very quick run through of housing updates for you. From that standpoint, I wanted to moving on some different platforms here, but related to Carhenge, I just want to kind of remind ourselves, if you will, that the town of Mountain Village has just passed some new parking fees up in Mountain Village for skiers and for their structured parking that had been free for quite some time. I think it had gone back and forth over the years between paid and not paid. But now that Mountain Village is charging for all parking up in that community, particularly during the ski season, we know we'll have significantly more impacts on Carhenge. That Carhenge really is the last free skier parking in the region, frankly.
State of Colorado.
Region is a broad term, but we will we'll certainly be watching that lot very closely, kind of monitoring what the volumes of parking and pressures are as we look to the summer and beyond on what our policies need to be and particularly what our just parking management needs to be in that lot. But things are always changing, and we know that we'll have some trickle down impacts on Carhenge in particular. That's a much desired space more than ever. A couple things on just snow removal updates. We would encourage everyone, as we have a few times here, to text the word snow to 38276. I'll say that again, text snow to 38276 for snow removal updates and kind of route updates, if you will. And just from a protocol standpoint, except for our snowplow drivers, I think the rest of us would love to see more snow so far this season. But from a protocol standpoint, our public works staff hits what we call our priority 1 routes first. And those really include our, of course, the spur is priority 1, along with our school bus routes and our Galloping Goose routes. Those get hit first and on multiple times during a snow event. Everything other than that kind of takes a second tier. And our small but mighty crew of snowplow drivers, and again, we ask for some patience out there as we at times are looking at only 2 snowplow drivers during a given snowstorm, given our staffing shortages on that particular front. So if you're listening out there and you have an interest in becoming an equipment operator, we would love to have you on the team as a snowplow driver this winter. But just kind of keep the patience out there. You can see today crews have some big equipment out there scraping ice, creating some of the big piles that we, of course, need to move out or move out of the downtown area down to Black Bear Lane and or Black Bear Road. And we're a little bit unique in that everything that for the most part we windrow or plow ultimately needs to move out of town and into our big public works storage area. So again, we always encourage people to just stay up through technology on what's going on out there. I'm going to look at a couple more notes from Lindsay Mills, our communications manager on this front. I would say that just as we look at parking and plowing in general, the town is about to kick off a parking study in the coming month or 2 here, we suspect. And again, that parking study is going to help inform both our parking needs, remap our priority, maybe not our priority plowing routes, but map our plowing routes that are kind of in that second and third tier, and really evaluate ultimately our general parking zones, which we know are somewhat antiquated in how they were set up years ago. And we'll be selecting our team to conduct that study, I think, just in the next week or so. We're out to RFP on that front. And from an emergency services kind of a related matter here, we know that there were some significant phone and internet outages via a third party here in the last couple of days due to some degraded cellular towers. Repairs were made to those towers as of about 4:30 yesterday afternoon. But it's a good time to remind folks that anytime you're in need of emergency services or just urgent medical care, just dial 911 rather than calling the Telluride Medical Center if you're having trouble getting through, even though it might not seem like a 911 event. If lines are down, which it happens in this part of the world, or cell towers are down, call 911 for that. And again, you can, same text number I gave you before, 38276. You can sign up for emergency updates by texting Telluride to that same number. So it's a great resource. thanks to Lindsay Mills and our communications teams for continuing to just put more layers to our communications outreach, but also just efforts to get information in folks' hands throughout the winter. I'm sure I missed a couple things on that front, but I think from my standpoint, Mayor, that is all I had for you on manager updates.
Okay, great. It's 2:15, and if Matt's okay to present a little early, I'd like to go back into item number 7, work sessions, and get the update from the Colorado Flights Alliance.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Good to see you all, new and sitting alike. All right, first time with the new crew. It's going well. Oh, is that you? Yeah, so I'll just take us through a few top line things and then glad to have questions and dig down anywhere as needed. In a quick nutshell, it has, oh wait, I just came racing back, so we'll start with the fun stuff. The jet bridges are actually in at the Montrose Airport, which we feel like a real airport now. So you don't have to go outside to get on a plane. So we're pretty excited about that. It's the $47 million project that's just finished. The south end, the north end, a bag claim that can handle more than 9 people at a time. I probably shouldn't say that in a public meeting. But really it's looking good. Just a top-notch facility. We're still working on United still downstairs. So make sure to go up the escalators and sit at the bar and enjoy the views up there. Huge views to the west as well with big fireplace. It's pretty cool. So really upgraded the experience there to be one of the best in the Rocky Mountain airports, we think. And unbelievably on time right before Christmas with the jet bridges. So we're pretty happy about that too on the other end. Just a quick note on Tex, their major project right now is actually more hangar space. And I know Kenny comes and gives updates to this group, so or to this council. And so I'll let him with that, but it's fairly big project that they're undertaking up there and have been working on for a few years to store and be able to flow more aircraft. Uh-oh. Do I have it or do you have it?
Sorry, I was trying to.
That's okay. You went right to the right place. So, and then from the fun stuff into the mind-numbing spaghetti slides. This one is actually the national travel, and we just throw it up like that. It's TSA's nationwide. And the pertinent part of this is that we have just now come back. You kind of look at the blue and the orange together. And then, sorry, what was 19 was the sort of light blue. We have just now come back to the same traffic levels as 2019. We're like dead even within a couple percentage points this year as to what we were in 19. And we've been slowly clawing back on as the national transit system goes for that entire time. We obviously have had some different surges here, et cetera. And so just on a national scale, it's good to see that traffic is back. Of course, it's in a little different shape than it used to be. And I think on the overall, what I basically have is a lot of mixed bag kind of reports. We track national travel sentiments, obviously, and confidence in travel, confidence in people's economic states, et cetera. Try to collect as much data as we can. And really, you get both sides of the coin, which is a theme that we've seen pretty consistently through COVID, where everyone's really excited about travel, but somewhat uncertain about their own financial positions. They feel it's a great time to spend on travel. And that seems to come up, but at the same time, you're running into high costs and well, basically high cost is one of the main impediments at this point. The one thing in the bottom right that struck me was that, the folks who do the reporting painted it as it's, the belief that's a good time to spend on travel is improving. But the telltale for me to that is that more people actually think it's a worse time. Like 35% are saying it is not a good time to spend on travel right now. And even though the 32% is improving, it's still being outweighed by folks who are in a more cautious economic state at this point. As far as the interest in travel, it tends to be high, but we're starting to see again in our own results some sort of the mixed bags as we go over the last 12 months. And just to do a quick synopsis on summer, it was an interesting year, and it actually looks opposite to the couple of years before that I presented to you, where we were really growing in the shoulders and kind of a point of pride, and that the summer center had been flat. And this year kind of flipped on us a little bit. May was very soft for travel. We had tough weather. We had a couple reduced flights actually during that period, but it was very soft. And then June started up and stayed up the entire time. July was actually dead flat until it got super hot in our markets. The big heat wave, if anybody can think back that far, and it actually spiked it a little bit. You can see there kind of running into the early August. We stayed strong through August, which is usually a little bit softer, and then dipped though kind of right in the heart of wedding season, which was a little bit odd again. and then came back late. And so again, it's this kind of mixed theme that we have that ran through. Summer ended up, and I think between 5 to 7% up overall, carried by that middle piece. But obviously, as our priorities go, we're trying to punch the shoulders ahead, and we're working again hard on the capacity as we go there, not looking for heat spikes in July. But as that carried over into winter, we saw somewhat of the same thing, where the green line is our bookings week to week, and blue and yellow are the last couple years, and 1920 is in the gray dot. And we're holding our own and down. We've been running down on winter 5 to 8% from out of the gate, and it has not changed. And even with some surges and some dips, it seems to be holding right at that level. And so our trend is pretty normal, but you can see over the last month that we were well behind kind of the surges of last year. And then all of a sudden, right after Thanksgiving, it picked back up to normal levels, and we'll see how the next couple of weeks go. But what that has led to then is this, kind of consistent down, through the season. But again, the shape of it looks pretty normal, fairly high during the holidays. The one super high one, by the way, was the year that I think Christmas was on a Sunday or a Saturday, and everything got shoved into 1 week. And so that's why that one looks a little abnormal. And then you can see this year where we had an extra week between Thanksgiving, no big groups this time of year, that we're down. Like, we're down in December pretty good, double digits. If we take the 2 weeks of Christmas, we're dead even. The 2 weeks of Christmas look absolutely normal, but if you feed the third week in there that we've been getting over the last couple of years, we're down probably 13 to 15% on that gross number. So when you think about Main Street over this period, it is a tough go, like for this stretch right now, and not having fantastic snow, but this is the business we're in, and we've been through this many times. The only other thing that really stuck out to me is you can see that bump over Presidents. And I would call that the abnormal piece. The last 2 years, we saw Presidents book way early. Like, I think the East Coast and West Coast schools that are out for their second break during that period were hitting it up, and now they're going to the beach or Europe again more predominantly. But it has flattened there, and something to keep an eye on. And March is kind of average to down. Lining it up with the ski resorts numbers and the tourism office, they're seeing pretty similar stuff now. And as far as the trends go and bake through, everybody has their little aberrations. So the good news, bad news piece of this is that as the airlines, who are in a very risk averse situation right now, saw the softness, and it wasn't just us, and I guess I should speak broadly through the Rockies, our sister resorts in Colorado were pacing very similar to ours. Some actually worse, one better, and then one about the same. Same thing we're hearing through the Northwest. So the ski industry softening, call it 5 to 10%. 10% for some of those resorts is a very big number, a large number of people. For us, kind of a more attainable or more comfortable gap. And so we saw some trimming across airline systems for the winter. We ended up with some smaller planes out of Chicago, not to bore you guys with details, but smaller planes out of Chicago in March. We saw Tuesdays go to 1 flight a day from Dallas. And then on the other hand, though, we also had Chicago extend through April 8th. Southwest will fly through April 8th. American will actually fly through April 8th as well. So a little less compression, a little more, addition at the end. And so at the end right now, we're probably down 5% on our total capacity for winter. Southwest is a pretty good chunk of that. The legacy carriers are probably down 10%. So, and that's kind of our bread and butter for tourism traffic. And as that goes, and just also for the new crew, Southwest has changed some of the usage behaviors at Montrose. So we have a higher volume at that airport now for sure than we did 5 years ago, but we also have a much higher level of local and regional usage, which has been the goal actually from the get-go, is diversification of that use, and hence diversification of the economy up and down the 550. And so all supporting air service, helping to support other businesses and other business bases for our region. With that, I don't think anybody's ringing any alarms. It seems to be steady. Like I said, the shape of things look normal. If there are any giant holes in kind of our patterns, I think that we would be a little more alarmed. But there's certainly, a downward trend at the moment on the overall, kind of holding where it's at, I guess, is where I started, and also finishing, or the gap trend. Like, we're still down that, we'll call it the 5 to 8%, for the season. And just one quick peek forward, we're already talking about next summer. And baseline flights are loaded. We will have a Saturday flight out of Dallas with Southwest, which is a nice new addition, but American will not be back with Phoenix or Chicago, which is a couple, 3 years old now, as they're in a little bit of a more contractual, what's the right word? Not contractual. they're contracting.
Contracted.
Thank you, rather than expanding as opposed to some of our other partners. Denver Air will very likely be the same, although we're really trying to get another flight into there. And then we're also talking pretty specifically with other airlines about some of the routes that we've lost. So the American LaGuardia that we lost this winter, we're talking to Delta about, as they are another power player there. We're trying to get Delta to fly here in the summer from Atlanta to round out that service year round. We're also talking to Breeze again, who had kind of gone off the radar and come back, kind of a lower cost option. Possibly West Coast. Actually, now we've talked all kinds of things with them. New York, Florida, but these are good guys we've worked with for a long time. And so some possible Southern Cal and Southwest coverage, which we're pretty light on right now, and some options there. Everything's in process though, and we're just kind of getting into those conversations now. So that's the quick. That was it. Yep, the quick and dirty, and I'm glad to take questions.
Well, thanks, Matt. Always good for us to stay in tune with the airlines. Any council members have any questions for Matt?
Thank you.
Seeing no questions, Matt, thank you so much.
Cool. And you guys can always reach me anytime. You know that. Like if questions come up, don't wait for council. Just give me a shout. I'm always glad to help.
Yep.
All right.
I just
Thank you
want
guys.
I thank Matt for just continuing to be involved in our Telluride Economic Advisory Roundtable. Really appreciate you showing up as well. Last week, I think it was when Senator Bennett's staff was in town, and we convened a group of business leaders and as well as the mayor and Mayor Pro Tem around that table. And you're always a great addition to that. So thanks for staying involved, Matt.
I appreciate it. I always like to. I won't share you any horror stories about trying to redevelop the Lift Save and Base area from 10 years ago, that was the lead in, but I am super glad to hear that you guys are back on that subject in earnest. And I think it's a great opportunity for the city. For sure. All right. Thanks you guys for all you do.
Thanks, Matt. Scott, do you want to, what do you think? Do you want to do 7B early or go back into administrative and with Kevin?
I think we've got Tracy, who is representative of the property at 215 East Colorado. Is that right, Tracy? I see you on Zoom here.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, great. Thanks for being here. Mayor, I'm happy to jump into that one.
Yep, we'll go to 7B, which is the discussion regarding interest to purchase 215 East Colorado Avenue, Unit 2A. And we'll let Scott take over.
Okay, thank you. So the town of Telluride recently received notice from SMRHA, or the San Miguel Regional Housing Authority, that they were in receipt of an intent to sell notice for a deed restricted unit at 215 East Colorado, Unit 2A, which was originally a development mitigation unit. It's understanding of Courtney over at SMRHA that the owner and their power of attorney, who's here today, Tracy, prefer that the town actually be the body that purchased this unit due to some of the complexities of this particular property that are in your memo. As you might know, from time to time, staff brings to council some opportunities to purchase a deed restricted unit. There are a number of units around the community that the town has first right of refusal on. This is not one of those, but from time to time, we do have an owner looking to sell who specifically asks that the town of Telluride consider purchasing. So we may turn around directly and sell to a town employee. Again, they reach out to us for a range of reasons, and this may be one of those. I know Tracy's here to shed a little bit additional light on this particular unit. But in the big picture, as staff has brought some of these opportunities to you in the past, council has asked for a bit more clarity around our overarching policy related to providing housing opportunities for town staff, particularly critical town staff within town limits. And over the last few months, we've had, I think, really great conversations. Staff brought to this council just a couple months back here, some examples from around the state, some of our peer communities on where they're at related to policies related to housing staff in town. And we've generally gotten very good support from you as council to reach towards a goal of housing 30% as a minimum of our staff within town limits for a range of reasons, but primarily so that we've got quick turnaround for staff that need to respond to emergency services, staff related to our wastewater treatment plant, things along those lines. And internally, you should know that our HR department for many years has had a prioritization matrix, if you will, that I work with them closely on when we have an opportunity come up that really, if you will, ranks the employees who are have reached out to us looking for a housing opportunity, puts them in prioritization order based on their tenure, their level within the organization, and the type of position they're in. Obviously, again, some of our safety-related positions, leadership-related positions are some of those at the top of the list. So we always have a relatively long list of internal candidates looking for housing opportunities. So when we have one like this come up, we bring it to council, have a discussion, and if council does choose to move forward on this or any property, we then work to quickly purchase that and turn it around at exactly the same cost as what the town paid for it back to a town employee. So this is one of those, and I'll provide a few details around it, and then Tracy, Zoom here.
And I would like to clarify some stuff when I
Okay.
have the opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll just give the very base information here, Tracy, and then let you clarify where I've gone awry probably. But the asking price for this unit, and again, this is a 2-bedroom, 1-bath unit, 743 square feet, built in 1985. The price will be $205,700. And this would require a minimum of 2 people in the unit. Again, this is a mitigation unit based on past development. This is not a town developed unit or wouldn't fall into any other categories. There are certainly some relatively high HOA dues per month related to this unit, and past and upcoming significant sizable special assessments. In the last few years, it looks like there was a special assessment of upwards of $20,000 per owner in this unit or for these units. So those are just some very base level details. Again, great location right in town. It's within what's called the Fino building. And I think I'll end with that description and hand it over to Tracy to kind of fill in some of the other details and nuances of this particular property. So thanks for being here, Tracy.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you today. My name is Tracy Caswell. My brother is Ross Caswell. He is the unit owner of this. In order to help reduce some of the burden that he's going through due to various medical conditions, including not only one, but likely 2 different types of cancer, I've stepped up as his power of attorney, and I've become intimately familiar and frustrated and exasperated by this property and its HOA and this process in entirety. The first thing I want to clarify is that when Ross bought this unit, the HOA monthly fees were approximately $214. They are now, and I wrote a check for the most recent one, I think it was around $580. In addition, in the summer, there was a special assessment in the amount of $20,000, just short of that. Last year, there was another assessment over $5,000. Ross, prior to dealing with some medical issues, he was working for the town of Telluride. Even as a working employee at the town of Telluride, I doubt that he could have been able to pay those fees in the 10-day period that this HOA demands. The property consists of 5 units. One other is on a deed restricted, 3 are not. Those two, the majority of the HOA are comprised by free market owners who live outside of the United States. All 3 of those units are rented, if not all, but a portion of the year. As you might anticipate or guess, that these special assessments and the rising HOA fees have caused a great deal of stress for my brother over the years. It was his wish when we first discussed him selling it and moving out of Telluride to get the appropriate treatment, that the town of Telluride buy this unit and sell it on the free market, so that the monies could be used to help other deed restricted homeowners living in Telluride who might be facing similar issues. It was never his interest that it be sold to a Telluride employee, a town employee. His second part was that if the town does not want to sell it on the free market, that the town perhaps would be willing to rent the unit out. That was his first wish, okay? First and second. Ideally, they would have sold it and used that money to help a vast majority of others. Now, when I saw your agenda and I saw that you were going to sell it, that was never mentioned to me before I saw the agenda yesterday. I understand that I can't control what you do with it, neither can my brother. But my husband and I do very well. And when we were talking about this, the thought of having to come up with $20,000 for special assessments within a 10-day period would be stressful for us. In addition, what I believe your name is Scott, I'm sorry, I didn't make a note. Scott mentioned that there are 2 other assessments coming up. One was passed at the November meeting, and that is for painting. We don't know how much that will be. In addition, at the November board meeting, an agenda item was to quote, replace all water pipes in the building. Has any of you ever had plumbing work done? I'm expecting that will be thousands of dollars. So we have a buyer who was approved. If the town of Telluride is not interested in purchasing the property to sell on the free market or rent, we do have a buyer who was previously approved by the Telluride Housing Authority and has been financially approved by Alpine Bank. I will happily answer any questions at any time about these issues. I think that's all I had to say for right now.
Yeah, thank you, Tracy. I don't think, certainly it was on our radar at the town that there was maybe not interest in selling to the town if we were to resell to a town employee, as is our typical protocol if we were to enter into this. I know we've got Courtney McElhaney from SMRHA here.
And she's wonderful. Let me just put that out there. Courtney
She
is
is
wonderful,
wonderful.
and I am grateful for her guidance in the last couple of months.
We
So-
agree. We agree. So I'm not sure if there's some other additional detail you want to add, Courtney.
Thank you. I just wanted to provide a little bit more context since I know the THA sub members know that we have been discussing this over the course of the last year. And it was, we're having an increasing number of property owners who are own in buildings that have both deed restricted and free market properties on there that are dealing with very similar issues. So high increases in their HOA dues, as well as special assessments as the buildings get older. We do have a policy with the town that they can apply for a loan, but that's just for special assessments. It does not cover HOA dues. And so we have experienced increasing public feedback that these are getting to be very unaffordable units for the owners. And so at the last THA sub meeting on December, we have put it, or we'll add it as a work session item to discuss, options moving forward for these problematic units. And I have been tasked with kind of data collection of what those, HOA fees are across mitigation units and then also units like Silverjack and Longwell that are completely town constructed and all deed restricted. So we'll be doing some information gathering this month to prepare that for the THA subcommittee.
Okay. Thank you. So Scott, I want to make sure I understand it clear, is that the unit is only being positioned to us with those circumstances of a resale to the free market or to purchase it and then rent?
That's what I'm hearing, Mayor, as well, but I see our assistant.
Okay, great.
Attorney.
I just wanted to clarify, so there is an option to purchase on this unit. So the town does not have to specify what it's going to do with this unit after it purchases. You have the right to purchase and you could enter it into the free market and attribute those extra funds to the Affordable Housing Fund. If you would like to, you can purchase the unit and sell it to a town employee. You could purchase the unit and sell it to a qualified household that's not a town employee. So what you decide to do with the unit after purchase is completely up to the town. You do have the option to purchase the unit though. I think the seller's representative is here just to represent their wishes, but it is your option at the end of the day.
Great. I just want to make sure we were all clear on that.
Thank you, Ally.
Do we have any questions?
I wonder if Ally can maybe refresh us on the tier 3 that applies to it and just sort of what kind of employees would qualify for this unit?
Yeah, so Courtney could provide specific numbers, but I think this is a tier 3 unit. And as some of you might know, tier 3 really does just mean tier 1. So our lowest tier of income is what would qualify for this unit. What we have done in the past for a unit in a similar position, where the HOA, it's a mitigation unit, the HOA dues are unrestricted and have the potential to become extremely high and now have become extremely high in addition to special assessments, is we have allowed the current owner to sell at the maximum sales price, the current maximum sales price, to a different tier that household might be better positioned to absorb some of those costs. So for instance, upon this sale, instead of selling to another tier 1 household, they could sell to a tier 4 household who makes a higher income and might be able to, again, because they have that higher income and they're going in, fully informed of what these costs have been and what these assessments could be, they're now better positioned to absorb these costs. The unit remains in the affordable housing program. It's just now occupied by perhaps a more appropriate household. So we have done that in the past just to keep the unit in the system. I don't know if we have actually ever purchased one of these units, remove the deed restriction and put it back into the free market and just applied those funds to the affordable housing program. I do not know that answer, but I see that Dan has his hand raised.
Well, and this is just a clarification in the memo, because I think it's a typo. Second bullet point, it says tier 3 unit, 2-person max household income is 103, and then it says 2-person max household is the first. Yes, okay.
Thank you.
I just wanted to make sure that I was correct.
Person, so if it was like
A
family. Couple with a child.
Yes, yes,
Yep.
yes, yes.
That is a type.
Yes.
One question I have that maybe, whether specifically to this unit or in the future, one other idea, maybe to get creative to help affordability, is treating special assessments in a similar way to household improvements that may allow that homeowner to recoup some of that cost back. I think you could argue that, if the HOA mandates you're replacing windows or painting, it's just as valuable as maybe some tile and stainless appliances or what
We
have
have
you.
done that.
Okay.
Yeah, so we have an HOA assistance policy that we drafted a couple of years ago that will be coming up before the subcommittee for review again at a work session in January. They wanted to take another look at that. So for instance, when these significant special assessments come through, if a household is unable to pay for those assessments, that policy does have several considerations in there, one of which could be you pay for it, but we add it to the maximum sales price and you will recover that when you do sell the unit. But for some people, that could be 10, 20 years down the line. Others, we have just offered a loan to, and it's an interest-free loan. And again, it will be added to that maximum sales price. There will be no current out-of-pocket for them, other than a portion they might be responsible for, but then the town will be repaid that loan when the unit does sell. So we have offered assistance in several different ways to these households that might find themselves in the situation of special assessment increases. But when it comes to the monthly HOA dues, whereas this unit is upwards of $500 a month now, we do not currently have a policy in place to help those households, which is what we're going to be addressing in January. But there's not, at this point, I don't know if there will be a solution there that will be acceptable to everyone.
Are we able to purchase this unit and remove the deed restriction and void it? And just
Absolutely.
we just all vote and then that's it?
So we would need to purchase the property first, and then both THA and the town would release the deed restriction on this unit. And then the funds could be applied to the Affordable Housing Fund, which might go to, maybe we set up a fund to then subsidize these remaining mitigation units facing this issue. Or maybe we just apply it to the general fund and it goes towards construction of new housing or purchase of a different unit and subsidizing that deed restriction. There's several ways we could use that money. But I think this would be, Kevin's knowledge stretches back further than mine. Do you know if we have ever removed a deed restriction from a mitigation unit?
So I think you're right. The process is both THA and the town would have to approve it. I am not aware of any instance where the town has actually released a property from a deed restriction. I am aware of some situations where the town did not either exercise an option or exercise an option through a foreclosure proceeding. And then the foreclosure proceeding resulted in that property being lifted from its deed restricted status, but that was in the county, never in the town as far as I can remember. So it does bring up a philosophical question of, would you want to lose a unit but then take the free market proceeds and put them somewhere else? I think there's generally been a reluctance to ever lose a deed restricted unit in the town, but certainly you have legal authority to act in any number of ways.
I think that I totally agree with you. This is an issue we've been coming back to again and again with these units, with these mitigation units. How many, can you remind us how many units there are?
I've heard
like
well,
this?
It's hard. It's like, I don't know what we would consider like problematic. I've heard 12 to 14, but I think we'll have a better idea. But the one thing I wanted to just point out too is just, selling to, and Tracy pointed this out, that next owner, if we have this policy in place, but they have to continually come back to the THA sub and that added stress of asking every special assessment. Tracy noted that there's already been 2 in the last couple of years and that there are 2 more. So that owner would be coming in every time, unless they have $20,000, $5,000, they would be coming in every time to request those funds.
Well, I would, based off of this conversation, be interested in the town purchasing the unit and holding on to it and perhaps renting it for the meantime until we decide what our further plan is going to be with these other units. And then at that point, maybe we could decide from our menu of the most extreme being removing the deed restriction, selling on the free market and using those monies, or selling to keeping it as is and selling to someone versus changing the tier and selling to a qualified applicant. But it doesn't seem like we should be passing up on an opportunity to buy a unit so that we have flexibility, especially one that's problematic for individuals to own in its current form.
I agree with you also. I mean, I think that obviously at the THA subcommittee level, we've been talking about this process and this challenge a lot. And I think us taking this unit and taking the time so that we don't unwittingly put another person in a similar situation is the responsible thing for us all to do right now.
I'm gonna, Teddy, feel free to chime in. I'm gonna put my real estate agent just hat on for a minute, just because I just figured I would run a few numbers. So, I mean, when we're looking at purchasing property, it's, one thing that we can assess is like replacement value. For this unit that's 743 square feet. If we're looking at, building costs, which vary, if we say a $500 per square foot, that would put this property at a replacement cost of $371,000. If you're a little bit maybe less optimistic and do a $700 per square foot replacement cost for a similar size unit, you're looking at $520,000. again, without getting to, you know, I haven't done specific CMAs on this, but you know, condos in Telluride, it's, let's call it like right now are around $1,800 a square foot on the open market. Teddy, would you?
Yeah, I mean, with the condition of this unit, I think it would be less. I think you might ballpark it at, you know, million, a little over $1 million maybe for this
I
unit.
said 1.3. I took into account the condition, but also the location being on Main Street also has a considerable desirability that might increase it. So looking at that, saying, okay, if we were to remove the deed restriction on it, and, you know, getting a rough idea, like I said, without like actually running a true CMA, just kind of using ballpark numbers of a little over $1 million on the fair market. My question is, it's like, you know, I don't know these programs, how much money are you guys utilizing to where is it better? Is it beneficial for the community and for us to maintain a deed restricted unit that would cost us quite a bit to build and replace so that it is still part of the rental pool? Because that's part of the thing, is like, this is already built. So that's not an expense on our end to try and replace it with another one. But also, if there's a huge demand, if we're looking at, you know, there is millions of dollars that are needed to help people with, you know, these loans, that's the question. So it's like, if that's the pros and the cons of all of this. You know, people, even on deed restriction, you know, they have a responsibility when they're purchasing property to understand what the expenses are going to be associated with that. And I think that that is a huge part of like an educational process that we as a town need to have. And I think that that's a really great way that, you know, real estate agents and loan officers could work with people that are looking to purchasing deed restrictions so that they understand those and so that they can make educated decisions for their own finances. So, you know, looking at a purchase, purchase price of $200,000 and somebody has these household incomes that are, you know, $116,000 max for a 3-person home, that would seem on just a very swift judgment that that might be attainable even with some of these larger, you know, needs for special assessments. You know, we don't need to get into the dynamics of HOAs, but typically a special assessment is something that should be done on an emergency basis, and your HOA dues should be anticipating these types of replacements that you're going to have over the coming years, and so that you're not dumping a whole bunch of special assessments on your owners. But
that's just not the reality.
we can't control that.
Yeah, I mean,
That's not the reality, unfortunately. And this is also hurts the free market as well in terms of costs. I mean, my thing is, you know, I would hate to pull deed restriction off of anything. If we have more time to determine what's in our best interest by freeing it up and selling it versus renting it versus selling it to a town employee, then I think we should buy it and rent it and buy ourselves that amount of time. The one thing I want to add in that's, you know, slightly attached to this unit, but it's going to be attached to almost all of our units that are a part of HOAs, is that all owners, free market and deed restricted, are in the process year in and year out of getting absolutely slaughtered alone by insurance, and specifically fire catastrophe insurance. And so we've got to figure out a way, especially, you know, for the deed restricted owners that are on, you know, far more limited funds, of how we can help them with the monthly dues, because that is part of your monthly dues. And you're seeing incredible increases. You know, it's not uncommon for it to double, and it's not uncommon from what I'm hearing in other circumstances outside of Telluride within the state of Colorado for fire insurance alone to go up 10 times. And that alone will make it unaffordable for people we put in these units. So just something to think about. I don't know if anyone else has any, you know, comments on this topic, other, you know, for the work session that it is. I certainly, it sounds like, unless I'm hearing things differently, that, you know, looking towards pursuing a purchase and rent to give us flexibility. I'd also be remiss if I didn't say I want to send best wishes out to Ross. I know Ross personally and was unaware. And so I'm hopefully that he can have a speedy recovery, and please, on behalf of town staff, because he used to work there, and people who know him and council in general, that make sure he knows that we're thinking of him, and that's a terrible situation that I had no idea.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So is that a fair summary for us? Is there further comments and we can take them?
I agree largely with where the discussion's going. I agree that we're not going to solve these larger issues connected to this right here and right now, and it is going to require a lot of work, both at the THA sub and then coming up to the full council. I will say, in general, I am still very hesitant to lose affordable housing, i.e. convert it to a free market and sell it, because all the money in the world does nothing if you don't have anywhere to put it. And I think that our opportunities for building more affordable housing, especially here within the town of Telluride, are very limited, and we're already pursuing those available opportunities to the greatest extent possible. So that's where I do personally feel that I want to pursue all other options before we get to that measure.
Especially considering replacement costs. That's the big thing, is it's like, we're to replace a single unit and it costs significantly more than purchasing an already built unit. That's significant for us to consider when we are talking about removing that.
Yes and no, because remember that we only spend the money on the subsidy, and the person who lives there pays the rest of it. So, our subsidy, when we build a unit, we're subsidizing anywhere from $60,000 on the low end of the remodel that we're talking about at building F, up to, I think the highest we've done is, I think it's 160 or 175,000 per unit at Voodoo. So it's not the total cost per unit that we're taking out of the affordable housing fund and putting into it. That may be the total construction cost.
I know that I'm talking about just the fact that the total construction cost, whether we're subsidizing it or not, exceeds the value of the current price of the house. There's just something to consider.
But if we sold that unit on the free market for $1 million, that's conceivably up to 5 or more units of subsidy of affordable housing that we could build with our subsidy. So there's a million ways to look at it. I think it's important to not forget the distinction between subsidy and construction costs. That's all I was pointing out. I don't think your point's bad, but
it's also a time issue that it's like, you're not waiting years for something to be built. It already exists. So that's another thing to consider.
I mean, housing a local that we have no option for is my biggest challenge with making that move, because if you move them somewhere else, then they're taking it away from somebody else. It's not adding one for one. And maybe 20 years down the road, when none of us are sitting at this table and we've got a significant amount of affordable housing, we want to restock the coffers by having an idea like this. Fantastic. But I don't think we're there. But I think we have direction kind of from everyone, what we'd like to see moving forward.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. This would ultimately, when we're purchasing, this takes just one reading resolution to purchase versus when we sell, it's 2 readings of an ordinance.
Okay.
So pretty quick. We will certainly sit down further with Courtney at SMRHA. Sounds like there's plenty more conversation to have with Tracy. And again, thanks for being on the Zoom today, Tracy, to shed a little more detail than we may have had before. And I think we've got direction, Mayor.
Great. And Tracy, I also want to add that I also know that this puts you in a tough spot dealing with Ross and having this handed to you. So I think I can speak for everyone and say we're sympathetic for you to have this handed to you to work with us. But, thank you for coming to us.
Thank you. And I just want to clarify, so the town is interested in buying, and we should tell the person who is approved and is interested in also buying that the town will be purchasing the property. Is that correct?
Well,
we're going to hold on. I'll take it. We are going to pursue it. We can't make that decision. We don't have the authority to make that decision today.
Okay.
We've given our staff direction of how to proceed to head towards that in a very quick manner in the first meeting in January. Correct, Scott?
That's right.
And so that's our goal. And that unless something changes drastically, I think that's the direction we'll head, but that's something with the process that we have to take and vote on it appropriately. So it's a terrible position for the buyer in the second position, but there still may be an opportunity. It's probably unlikely, but if you can keep them interested, that's probably not a bad idea.
Fair enough. Thank you all for your time today. I appreciate it.
Great, thank you.
I believe our first meeting in January will be Tuesday, the 9th.
Right. Perfect. Moving along, number 8. We're back into action items. 8A is consideration of approval of the 2024 Ecology Commission Work Plan. And we have Zoe here.
Hello. So part of our municipal code, we are coming to you today with our Ecology Commission Work Plan, which hopefully you had a chance to review. This is our second year utilizing this work plan structure for the Ecology Commission. And after a year, I have to say it works pretty well, providing clear direction to our commission members and delegating specific tasks. For the commission itself, we do follow, as identified in the municipal code, kind of the goals and objectives of that. We have then tied in our climate action plan and where they can, as we say, broaden the bench. And that was provided in 2 buckets, which is research and inform staff, and then also help educate and advocate for the community. So with that, I won't go into the details of every single item, but that's kind of the general piece, and I'll open it up to council if you have any questions or feel like there's anything glaring missing. And Dan, if you have anything to add, please do.
Do you have any questions for Zoe about what's in your packet and her presentation?
I had a note written down, and I don't know if this is an appropriate time to bring it up. I feel like I'm saying that with all of my comments.
Right. Go for it.
Something that I think like could fit under the reach and inform category that I've been hearing from some of the electorate is some people have been asking about why we're not moving towards electric snow removal vehicles and electric landscaping equipment. And
that is in the work.
It is. Did I miss it?
Yeah,
Because I
under
looked.
it's under research. So right now we're looking at landscaping equipment prohibition. It's actually bolded for some reason in mine. So we are researching and discussing that as part of
Okay.
the Ecology Commission. We did just review our landscaping guidelines, and that's moved into the advocacy bucket. So as we formulate that plan, it will continue moving through the work plan into those different stages.
Great. I love that. I would say maybe like we can like at some point add snow removal
Sure.
to that list of future improvements.
And our climate action plan discusses that. So it's just not, it's important to note that this does not encompass all of the town's ecology, environmental sustainability initiatives. A lot of that is driven by our climate action plan, which is more staff driven and regional driven. This is just how the Ecology Commission is broadening that bench a little bit more. So even if that detail isn't specifically there, it's probably in our climate action plan. In that sense.
I will note just along those lines, know that we, within our Parks and Recreation Department, Public Works Department, on the small equipment, landscaping, things along those lines, we've fairly aggressively been purchasing and swapping out typical, gas powered for electric utility, small vehicles and pieces of equipment. It is much more challenging on the large pieces of snow removal equipment right now, in part because of lack of availability of a lot of options, particularly in cold climate, high altitude, but probably more so just our infrastructure, say within our Public Works campus, to be able to charge those kinds of big expensive units is just not there quite yet. But we do have a a newly adopted EV transition plan that we had a third-party consultant work with us on last year, and that EV transition plan does help set the roadmap for us on how we build out that Public Works campus to charge the big vehicles, including down the road, all of our galloping gooses. That would be an amazing step for us.
And I don't need to beat a dead horse on that topic, but the Public Works is either in the midst of or toward the end of their specific facilities master plan, which is including that infrastructure that Scott is talking about. And we have had community engagement sessions with our local landscaping community about this topic. And while we were all ready to go on it, they gave us a lot of feedback on that infrastructure piece, that there's a lot more work that needs to be done and help in order for that to be successful. So
Great, that was really helpful, and I'm excited to have an answer when people ask me about that. So,
Cool.
thank you.
Any other questions for Zoe?
I actually just have a comment, which is I am really excited to see this in this format. It is so nice to see this organization have some really great structure around it to be successful, and the the key performance indicators and team assignments is
welcome to Zoe's world.
I mean, I know, I live in it. I just think it sets everybody up for success. It's gonna allow them to really feel productive, and to know that all of their work is going towards some very targeted goals. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you. And thank you to the Ecology Commission and everyone stepping up and taking ownership over those items. And it's really excited to see what people are bringing to the table with that direction. So
Yeah, that's great. And
Sorry.
go ahead. No.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Zoe, most of all. I will say the one additional comment I have on this, so many of the items in my mind are about increasing buy-in, getting the public on board, getting people excited about the Ecology Commission and just green movements in general. And so any help you can ever have, even just answering questions to people, staying informed so you know a few of the things you can do. The big one in my mind that people are still a little unaware of and caught off guard is the plastic ban going into effect at the start of July. So just staying aware of some of those things and being able to answer a few questions and talk to the community, I think is super important for these missions. And if you have questions that you don't know, ask myself, ask Zoe, ask Scott, and we'll always happily.
we have plenty of collateral around a lot of that stuff to help educate as well.
Great. Do we have a motion to approve?
I move to
But come on.
I move to approve the 2024 Ecology Commission work plan as presented.
A second.
We have a motion from Mian and a second from Dan. Mian, how do you vote?
Being yes.
Dan?
Dan, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Yes. Oh, Elena, yes.
Teddy, yes. It is approved unanimously. Great job, Zoe.
Thank
And
you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Zoe. Just want to appreciate your leadership on this front. Just a year ago or so, Zoe came on board and working with and taking on Ecology Commission and sitting on that and really refining things like you see here today was one of Zoe's first tasks. So nice job. And
I know,
thanks
whole
for-
year.
Thanks for it.
Yeah. Okay, action item 8B, introduction and first reading of an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, amending the 2023 municipal budget by making supplemental appropriations from fund balance and revenue received in excess of those estimated in the 2023 budget. And once again, we have Kaylee.
Thank you. The purpose of year-end budget adjustments is to reconcile and amend the 2023 budget for increased revenues and their corresponding expenditures. These supplemental budget changes could not have been readily foreseen at the time the 2023 budget was developed in the fall of 2022. I'm just going to go through each of the funds here and kind of point out some of the larger budget adjustments that we have requested. In the general fund, we have increased the sales tax, business license, plan check fee, and resource recovery service revenue to be in line with our projected year-end numbers that we talked about during the budget process this fall. And then there's a couple revenues, the forfeited pension and the insurance proceeds that we don't budget for because they're really hard to predict how much we may receive for the year. So we do a year-end budget adjustment for those. And then you'll see a lot of increase in interest revenue due to the increase in interest rates throughout the year. The July 4th revenue is something that was new this year. We didn't know that this was going to be a revenue source to us during the budget process. And then the indirect costs from the capital fund, that is a 3% fee, administrative fee on the total of all the capital projects from the capital fund to pay back the general fund for staffing costs. And since a lot of those projects are being pushed into 2024, that expenditure on the capital side and corresponding revenue on the general fund side is decreasing. And then as far as expenditures go, the short-term rental compliance software line item is increasing by 30,000, and that I believe is to fully utilize that software and also to move the sales tax collections for short-term rentals into that software out of our old software. The resource recovery services expense increasing along with the revenue up above. And then fuel and oil, the cost of that is just above what we thought it would be. And insurance is usually a little bit higher than what we budget due to paying out deductibles as well as adding properties throughout the year that weren't part of our original quote. There was an additional gondola fall extension this year, so that's increasing. And then with the increase in communication this year, a couple of those line items are increasing. The transfer to the restricted fund of $500,000 is the 15% of reallocated open space funds from sales and use tax, business licenses, property taxes. That has to go into the capital reserve fund. And then something we did not talk about during the budget process is that salary reserve line, and that is a buffer for us to possibly have to transfer to the health reserve account at the end of the year, depending on how we end that. But we have had several large claims this year. And, that's come in higher than expected. Moving on to the debt service fund, restricted fund, and energy mitigation fund. The debt service fund, we are recognizing the debt payments for the commercial part of the Voodoo project. In this fund, the expenditure is actually coming out of the capital fund, but the debt payments have to come out of this fund. And then the restricted fund is for revenues that have to be used for a certain purpose. So just increasing that tree revenue along with the expense, which that expense is mainly used for the holiday trees on Main Street. And then that transfer from the general fund is for the additional revenues from the festival attendance fee after we pay out all of those expenses. And then the energy mitigation fund, just some additional miscellaneous revenue. And then the Sunnyside energy efficiency project was all budgeted in 2022, but the project ran into 23. So that's really just a carryover of the excess budget from 2022 into 2023 for the subsidy coming out of the energy mitigation fund for the Sunnyside project. For the capital improvement fund, this is mainly funded by the 3% real estate transfer tax. And we are increasing that budget by $2 million to have a budget of $6.5 million, which is about where we are today. So we'll probably come in above that. And then as well as the 15% transfer to the reserve capital improvement fund. And then you can see those indirect costs of the general fund are also decreasing, and that's that administrative fee. And then on the reserve capital improvement fund side, recognizing the revenues from the sales tax, real estate transfer tax, property tax, and business license revenue, that 15% of all that that's transferred into this fund off the top of those revenues. And then during the budget, we talked about $500,000 of that being transferred to the water fund for this year to assist with some capital projects. On this slide is our enterprise funds. In the water fund, again, that DOLA water line grant was budgeted to be received in 2022, but it wasn't. So that's a carryover from a 2022 budget item into 23. And then that transfer from the reserve capital improvement fund into the water fund. and an increase in the cost of the Lawson Hill Pump Station project for this year. On the other funds, recognizing more interest income than what was budgeted, and then some increase in utilities. And then we've just changed the way that we're expensing the rental subsidy for all of those rental projects for this year. In the open space fund, some small miscellaneous revenues, as well as the transportation fund and extended festival service revenue, which is new for this year. And then that miscellaneous revenue increase of $100,000 is for some grants that were carried over from 2023. And then in the affordable housing fund, also increasing the sales tax in line with the general fund to projected year end, as well as short-term rental excise tax, housing mitigation fee revenues to be more in line with projected year-end numbers. Some more interest income, and then that $2 million grant revenue for the Voodoo project we expect to receive in 2024 instead of this year. So we did budget that in 2024. And the last thing is just also increasing the excise tax and town lodgers tax in the airline guarantee fund and the town lodgers tax fund to our projected year-end numbers. And that's it.
Great, thank you so much. Does any council members have any questions for Kaylee? Seeing no questions.
I have questions. Well, it's more of just, I should just sit down and have a conversation with you, because I'm like, what is scanning?
Oh yeah, that was
$150,000.
I've commented on this,
What's
that we're
scanning?
just in the wrong line of work and we should.
I know.
have a big scanner that we drive around in municipalities and scan millions of pages and charge a bunch of money for it.
Is that what it is? It's literally what it is?
It was
I
a
think
big
digitizing
project to
records.
Okay, I was just curious,
Yeah.
because I was like, I don't know what that is.
scan in a lot of our
This is the
records
wrong
on
business.
that project.
Apparently.
But come in anytime, Ash.
Okay, great.
Go over some of this.
I would just, I know we already budgeted for rent, but that ending rent number is definitely closer to the number that some of us were pushing for, budgeting for last year. I think our real estate remains strong.
Well, I think the reason, I mean, we obviously had that conversation here. I mean, the number of sales is sort of what was anticipated. I don't think the anticipation was that the price of
continued
homes-
inflation, yeah.
Yes, so,
Either way.
yeah, I would say
The number's
we
the
were
number.
all right on that
Oh,
one.
okay.
Since this is an action item, do we have a motion to approve the first reading?
I move to approve on first reading an ordinance of the town council of the town of Telluride, Colorado, amending the 2023 municipal budget by making supplemental appropriations from fund balance and excess 2023 fiscal year revenues, and direct the town clerk to set this matter for a second reading at a public hearing scheduled for January 9th, 2024.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Dan and a second from Elena. Dan, how do you vote?
Dan, yes.
Elena?
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Ian, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Teddy, yes. It is approved unanimously. Kaylee, thank you so much. We will go into item number 9, Telluride Liquor License Authority. There are no items for that today. And that takes us back to number 10, the administrative reports. Scott, I believe you were wrapped up on 10A, is that correct?
I have wrapped.
All right.
Thank you.
10B, attorneys reports.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor. I did fail to mention one item, which is tonight on Off the Record on Kodo, I believe 6 p.m. We have an interview of a couple of our longtime Galloping Goose drivers. Should be a really cool interview. A couple of our longtime guys who see the world through that windshield every day. So tune in at 6 o'clock. Probably interviewed by our Julie Caulfield by Gavin on Off the Record. I just want to give that plug to Goose drivers.
Awesome. Okay, thank you, Scott. Kevin, 10B attorneys report.
Yeah, it's only been a couple weeks since our last meeting, Mayor, so I don't have a lot to give an update on, but I will mention that on the STR litigation, we have retained outside legal counsel on that pursuant to an assignment from CIRSA, Colorado Intergovernmental Risk Sharing Association, which is our insurance basically defense on this. And it's the law firm of Berg Hill. They have offices both in Denver and in Boulder. And one of the interesting things about their representation is they're currently representing Summit County on the STR litigation that's going on in Summit. So they are well prepared to move right into this issue, the STR litigation that was just recently filed last month against the town. So we'll be working with them going forward.
Okay, great. Is that it?
That's it.
All right, perfect. 10C, council reports. Anyone?
Sure, I can hop in. I don't have too much either, given the tight timeline between our last meeting and this, but a couple of things. Unfortunately, I was unable to attend the Snuffles Energy Board meeting yesterday just due to some work conflicts, but I will be getting an update from Kim Wheels, the Eco Action Partners director, and then Snuffle Energy Board member as well. There's some interesting work there. I attended a couple months ago now a meeting organized by the Telluride Foundation with the National Renewable Energy. What does the L stand for? NREL. Does anyone remember? National Renewable Energy
Lab.
Thank you. Lab. And talking more about beneficial electrification in Telluride. So we're going to be looking at opportunities for that. That was the big item on the agenda that I was excited about. So looking forward to more on that. We did have a Telluride Housing Authority subcommittee meeting. We did touch a little on the main agenda item for that, which is HOA special assessments and dues and how to potentially provide some relief for that. So that is a timely conversation. We're definitely going to be talking more about that as well. And then anything else? Not recalling. I think that might have been everything on my calendar for the time being. So that's it. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Dan. Anything else from any council reports from any?
I'll just jump in, like, same thing. I don't have a ton, and Matt was just here to present, and that was one of the boards that I attended since the last meeting. But tonight is the conclusion celebration for to celebrate the Community Conversations group that's been here in Telluride for 1 year now. This is part of the CAFE initiative, and there has been a wellness week, so Samana de Bienestar, which has been going on, but this concluding event is tonight at AHA from 5 to 7 up on the launch pad. So that's the 3rd floor. Everybody is welcome. There'll be appetizers, mocktails, and a DJ. We'd love to see you all there. And then the other board meeting that I attended was the TTB board meeting. You kind of heard a lot of the sort of economics overview during the presentation from Matt Skinner of regarding Air.org, but I just wanted to touch base on the 2023 initiatives that we funded. The first was the business and event support. So that was utilizing direct marketing to guests already in destination to spend their money, spend their time down here in our businesses, and it was really successful. We were using a shop, play, dine local graphic for most of the year, and when that started to feel as though it was oversaturated, they switched to some specific images of businesses and restaurants, and that kicked back up. Their click-through rate was well ahead of sort of industry averages, which I think is sort of a very consistent thing that we're seeing with the tourism board under Keir Skinner, is that they are sort of surpassing what the norms are. So click-through rates of 0.17 is almost double what we would normally anticipate seeing. Click-through rates of 2.36 for paid social as well. And I think, it's been really well received by our local businesses. They've been very grateful for the additional support and the recognition to the people that are visiting the destination. I'm just going to kind of skip over the one thing that we're kind of seeing as far as pace. Matt, again, touched on it a little bit, but we are seeing a little bit of softness in regards to our not our ADR, our ADR is increasing, but occupancy and our revenue per available room is decreasing quite a bit. We saw this or they've seen it sort of across the market. Aspen, in fact, sort of had a little bit of a quickie fire sale even. Their rates were to be able to kind of push their occupancy because they were also seeing some pretty significant flagging in visitors deciding to book. But so as far as pace goes for the town of Telluride, we are a little bit below regarding from key data what we had seen last year. Our adjusted paid and owner occupancy is down 9%. Adjusted RevPAR is down 12% currently. We'll see what that looks like, in a month or so. And then as far as tax revenues, we took a little in-depth look at that, town of Telluride versus Mountain Village. Restaurant taxes are for January through August are up 7%. Lodging's down 5%, retail is pretty flat. And so, just to contextualize that a little bit, it's important to sort of note that obviously pricing has gone up, dollar to dollar, item to item. And so you can sort of draw some conclusions also from there that while we're seeing, for example, restaurant tax revenues increase because of the increase in pricing, obviously we're not necessarily seeing the same number of burgers being sold, for example. And then we took a little look at, they're building out an economic dashboard. They've been working on this for the past year. It's very cool and going to be very useful to everyone to be able to go on the website and really be able to play around with those numbers, gondola ridership, traffic counts, et cetera, to really be able to wastewater, to be able to really look and see and adjust those numbers so that we can all sort of be really informed and knowledgeable when we're having conversations about the state of our economy. And that's it.
Great. Thanks, man. Geneva, anything?
Dan touched on the main stuff for the THA subcommittee meeting, but I would also just like to remind everyone that town of Telluride compliance for deed restricted units is still going on right now. It wraps up December 20th. So if you still haven't gotten your paperwork in, please try and get that done so that nobody's stressed out at the end of the compliance data collection period. And for everyone, everyone in town, like, good luck with holiday season, and let's get ready to have a great busy one.
Excellent. Helena, do you have anything?
Yeah, we had a case meeting, but there's not much to report. It was a pretty short and not that juicy meeting. But the one thing that is probably worth mentioning is we nominated Stephanie Hatcher to be a regular member on the Ethics Commission and Claudia Garcia as the alternate member. But other than that, it was kind of standard calendar dates and not really anything worth pointing out. Yeah.
Awesome. I don't have anything. So we'll move on to 10D, related organization reports. Tiffany, I don't think we have anything, right? And then 10E for the comment on payments. Nothing there. Item number 11, Telluride Housing Authority. There are no items for the Telluride Housing Authority. So that would move on to our next agenda item. Do I have a motion to move into executive session?
Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I need to recuse myself on this agenda item at this time due to personal interest. So I will not be participating in the executive session.
Okay. Ashley, thank you for that. So back to the original request for a motion to move into executive session.
So moved.
You have a motion from Dan, a second from Mian. Dan, how do you vote?
Dan, yes.
Yes. Geneva, yes.
Elena, yes.
Teddy, yes. The time is now 5:11 PM and the executive session has been concluded. The participants in the executive were Ellen Levin, Geneva Shawnette, DMP, Dan Enright, Lance McDonald, Zoe Denell, Kevin Geiger, Scott Robson, and myself, Teddy Erico. For the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion of any matters not included in the motion to go into the executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any improper action occurred during the executive session in violation of the open meetings law, I would ask that you state your concerns for the record. Seeing none, the next agenda item is adjournment.
Good work, team.